answer itself. There was a warrior in Japan who had never been afraid of anything. He had walked into battles that broke other men. He had stood at the edge of death and felt his hands stay steady. Fear, for him, was something that happened to other people. But there was one question that had followed him for years, quiet and persistent, the way a shadow follows even on a cloudy day. Where is heaven? Where is hell? And how does a person find one and escape the other? He had heard of a Zen master named Hakuin. People said Hakuin was the real thing, not a man who talked about wisdom, but a man who carried it in the body, the way a sword carries its edge. So the warrior made the journey. He arrived at the monastery, stood before the master, and asked his question the way warriors ask everything, directly, with no decoration. Hakuin looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Who are you?" "I am a samurai," the warrior answered. He said it the way a man announces something that should require no further discussion. A samurai, a leader of fighting men, someone the emperor himself had looked upon with respect. His whole life had been the building of that identity, the pre-dawn training, the strict discipline, the decades of proving himself in conditions that destroyed lesser men. He had earned the right to be recognized. That recognition was not vanity to him. It was simply the accurate record of everything he had survived. Hakuin looked him over slowly, from his feet to his face, as if conducting a quiet inventory. Then he said, "A samurai? You look like a beggar to me." Something moved in the warrior's chest. It moved fast, the way fire moves when it finds dry wood. This small man in robes had just looked at everything the warrior had built across a lifetime, every scar, every sacrifice, every hard-won rank, and dismissed it with 4 words. The warrior's hand moved to his sword before he had made any conscious decision to move it. His fingers closed around the hilt. The blade began to clear the scabbard, catching the light for just a moment. And Hakuin said, very quietly, "This is the gate of hell." The warrior stopped. Something happened in that pause that had nothing to do with thinking. The warrior did not reason his way into understanding. He felt it, right there, in his body, in the hand, still resting on the sword. The rage, the heat behind his eyes, the absolute certainty that he had been wronged, he could feel all of it. And he could also feel, for the first time, that it was entirely his own. Hakuin had not put it there. The insult had not manufactured it. It had risen from somewhere already inside him, waiting, the way a wave is already moving through the ocean before anything disturbs the surface. He took his hand from the sword. The heat moved through him and began to leave. His breath returned. His shoulders released. Hakuin smiled and said, "Here, open the gates of heaven." The same room, the same 2 men, the same afternoon light coming through the same window. Everything identical, except one thing, the state of one man's mind. And that single difference was the whole difference between heaven and hell. Hakuin let the silence hold before speaking again. When he did, he spoke slowly, letting each word settle before the next one arrived. Heaven and hell are not waiting for you at the end of a life, he said. They are not rooms at the end of a long corridor that you enter only once. They are states the mind moves into and out of, sometimes within the same hour, sometimes within the same minute. When you move through the world driven by reaction, when something threatens the image you carry of yourself, and the response arrives before awareness can, the gate of hell is already open beneath your feet. When you are awake to what is rising inside you, when you can feel the fire before it drives the action, that wakefulness is itself the gate of heaven. The gates do not open once. They open in every moment, including this one. The warrior stood quietly for a long time after that. He had traveled to this monastery looking for a location, somewhere past this life, past this body, where answers waited like objects arranged on a shelf. What he found was something he had been carrying the entire journey without knowing it. The heaven and the hell had always been moving with him, opening whichever gate his mind was pointed toward in any given moment. Think of an ordinary day, not a crisis, just a regular, unremarkable afternoon. A message arrives from someone that reads as dismissive. A plan you made carefully gets changed without warning. Someone takes credit for work that was yours. By any measure, these are small events. And yet within seconds, something in the body responds as if something real is under threat. The jaw tightens. The thinking narrows to a single point. The next hour is colored by what happened in 30 seconds. And sometimes the whole evening carries the residue forward into the following morning. Where does that come from? The message did not manufacture the reaction and place it inside you. Something was already present, some accumulated tiredness, some unspoken expectation about how the day should go, some quiet story about what you deserve from other people, and the event gave it a direction. The match did not create the fire. The fire was already there, waiting for exactly the right match. This is what the warrior touched in that monastery, hand on the sword, in the half second before Hakuin spoke. The suffering was not coming from the insult. The suffering was generated by his own mind, fed by everything he had decided about who he was and what the world owed him in return. And the moment awareness arrived, the moment he could see what was happening rather than simply be swept along by it, the fire found nothing left to consume. There is no shame in recognizing this. The warrior was not diminished by what he found that afternoon. He was freed by it. Because once you can see that the suffering is being generated from inside, you can also locate the resolution in the same place. You no longer need the other person to apologize before you can settle. You no longer need the situation to rearrange itself before you can breathe. The source of the difficulty and the place where it can be met turn out to be the same territory. Your own mind. This is why awareness functions as a gate. Every moment of genuine wakefulness, every time you can feel what is rising before it takes over, is a moment of choice that would not otherwise exist. The gate does not require exceptional discipline to open. It does not open as a reward for years of practice. It opens simply because you are paying attention. That is the whole of the practice at its most fundamental. Seeing clearly what is already happening inside you, just a breath before it becomes action. There is something worth noticing about how quickly the shift happened for the warrior. He did not spend years arriving at that understanding. He did not need a long explanation or a careful philosophical argument. The moment awareness arrived, real awareness, felt in the body and not merely thought in the head, the gate swung the other way in an instant. This is consistent with what the Buddhist traditions have observed across centuries. The shift from one gate to the other does not require time. It requires presence. And presence is available in any moment, including the most ordinary ones, including moments that feel nothing like an insight is coming. The warrior who left that monastery looked identical to the one who arrived. Same face, same sword, same rank, same responsibilities waiting for him at home. But something had quietly reorganized in him, not dramatically, not with the feeling of a revelation, but solidly, the way a key turns and you hear the mechanism settle into place. He had learned where to look. He had learned that the question worth returning to was not the grand one he had carried across the journey, but something smaller and far more immediate. Something he could ask on any ordinary afternoon, in the middle of a difficult conversation, in the moment before reaching for the familiar response that closes everything down. Which gate am I standing at right now? That question has a way of returning on its own. You may find it arriving later today, in the middle of something unremarkable, without any effort on your part. Let it come. Let it open whatever space it opens. A question that arrives quietly and asks nothing dramatic of you is already doing something. It is already the gate moving. The next story stays close to what this one found. The mind meeting something unexpected and what happens in the stillness afterward. The warrior walked away from that monastery, carrying something new inside an otherwise unchanged life. He had found his gate by learning to look inward, to notice what was rising in him before it drove the action. The next story stays in the same territory but arrives at a different question. The warrior's gate had opened in a moment of heated reactivity, everything fast and immediate. This story opens on a much quieter kind of suffering, the kind that does not announce itself with a sword, but gathers slowly over years in the space between an old event and the present moment. High in the hills above a valley in ancient India, the Buddha sat in meditation on a rocky slope. The afternoon was still. Below him, the land opened in long, unhurried shapes, trees, paths, the faint sounds of a village carrying through the warm air. His eyes were closed. His breathing was slow and even, the way breathing becomes when the mind has genuinely put down everything it was holding. He did not hear what was coming from above. His cousin Devadatta stood at the ridge, watching. Devadatta had been watching the Buddha for a long time, not with admiration, but with a feeling that had curdled slowly over years into something harder and more consuming than anything he could name. He had grown up alongside this man. He had watched him become the kind of person that thousands made long journeys to sit near, that teachers and kings received with extraordinary respect. And something in Devadatta had closed around that fact like a fist, year by year, tightening with each new confirmation that the world had arranged its recognition elsewhere. He had practiced. He had worked. He had wanted, for as long as he could remember, to be seen the way his cousin was seen. By the time he stood at that ridge, the wanting had become something with an edge. He found a large rock at the ridge's edge. He pushed it. The rock fell fast, gathering speed down the slope, crashing through scrub and stone with a sound that split the afternoon's quiet. It landed with enormous force just beside the Buddha, close enough to scatter stone fragments across his robes and leave a deep scar in the earth where it struck. The impact would have thrown most people backward. The sound alone would have brought almost anyone to their feet. The Buddha opened his eyes. He looked at the rock. He looked at the broken ground. Then he sat quietly for a moment, closed his eyes, and returned to where he had been. That stillness is worth sitting inside before the story continues. Something violent and deliberately aimed had just entered the Buddha's immediate world, and the mind that received it produced no answering turbulence. No alarm, no anger searching for a target, no agitation spreading outward from the point of impact. The event arrived, was received, and passed through without leaving a residue. What happened next in his awareness was simply a return, the mind finding again what had been present before the rock fell, undisturbed, as if the moment of violence had been absorbed completely by the stillness rather than breaking it. This is what genuine settledness produces over time. An awareness so grounded that disturbances pass through it cleanly, the way wind passes through an open window without displacing the room. Days passed. Then Devadatta found himself face to face with his cousin on a road. The weight of what he had done had been accumulating since the moment the rock left his hands. There is a specific quality to the hours after you have done something irreversible, a heaviness that settles below the chest, a replaying of the moment from different angles, a reaching backward toward a past that remains fixed no matter how many times you return to it. The hours had stretched into days, and the weight had not lightened. Devadatta had rehearsed what he might say many times over. He had imagined the Buddha's anger, imagined perhaps even feeling relief if that anger arrived openly, producing something definite between them. What he had not imagined was what actually happened. He asked his question with the specific shame of someone who already knows what they deserve to hear. Are you not angry? Are you not, at the very least, troubled by what I did? The Buddha looked at him and spoke without performance or ceremony. The man who pushed that rock, he said, is not the man standing before me now. The man who sat on that hillside is not the man standing here. Both of us have continued changing since that moment, breath by breath, experience by experience, in ways neither of us can fully account for. What was done by people who no longer exist in precisely the same form.
Oh my God.
The moment has passed. What would I hold the anger against? Devadatta stood in silence. The Buddha was being precise. He was describing something he had directly observed about the nature of time and persons, that the continuity we assign to events and to the people connected with them is something the mind actively constructs, layering memory over memory until the original moment disappears beneath everything added since. The rock that fell was real. The danger was real. But the person who pushed it had continued changing in every moment since, and so had the person who received it. Holding either of them permanently fixed to that single moment is like insisting that one particular patch of water in a moving river is the whole river, the same water, still, forever. The river does not stop. It has never stopped. And neither have you, nor the person you may still be carrying in a fixed frame somewhere in your memory. Both of you have been moving through time since that original moment, accumulating new experiences, losses, recoveries, and small shifts in understanding, all of it layering over and subtly altering the person who once stood in the original scene. Almost everyone carries something like this, a name that still arrives with a particular weight after years. Something said in a single moment that became fixed in memory with unusual permanence, the way a photograph holds one frame from a life that kept moving in every direction afterward. The mind returns to that frame. It returns the way a tongue finds a sore place in the mouth, drawn back by the familiar shape of the wound, checking again whether it has finally healed. The person in that frame is not the person alive in the world right now. They are a version of someone caught in a single moment of an ongoing life, tired perhaps, or frightened, or carrying something invisible that you could not see from where you were standing at the time. They changed after that moment, as everyone does, whether towards something better or worse. The person who hurt you and the person existing right now share a name and a history, but they are not an identical configuration of experiences, perceptions, and choices. No two moments of any living person are the same as the last. Growth and change are happening always, in every small experience, in every night of sleep that quietly reorganizes what came before it. And none of that has left you unchanged either. The version of you that was hurt is not the person sitting here now. You have continued. You have added years of living to who you were in that moment. Recoveries both conscious and unconscious. New understanding, layering over old confusion. A gradual and often imperceptible shift in how you make sense of what happened. The wound may still be present. Wounds can be real and persistent without requiring the original event to remain alive in the present tense beside them. What the mind sometimes does is keep the event alive on behalf of the wound, replaying the scene, reinforcing the story wrapped around it, maintaining the original intensity of a moment that has otherwise long since passed, as if that vigilance offers some protection that releasing it would remove. The Buddha offered Devadatta no instruction about how to feel. He named what was actually the case. The moment had passed. Both of them had moved through it and continued, and the only location where the event still lived in its original intensity was inside a mind choosing, however unconsciously, to keep it there. Forgiveness, understood this way, asks nothing heroic of you. It becomes available when you look clearly at what time actually does to people and to events. You do not manufacture it through effort or hold it in place through willpower. Something you are holding begins to lose the exact shape you remembered it having. The hand open.
A new story to share with your kids. Discover new Kinder Joy collections with 22 unicorn toys for dreamlike adventures together. Find them in...
Listen, a farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path, and the birds came and ate it up. Some fell on rocky places, where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow. But when the sun came up, the plants were scorched, and they withered because they had no root. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the plants, so that they did not bear grain. Still other seed fell on good soil. It came up, grew, and produced a crop, some multiplying 30, some 60, some 100 times. Then Jesus said, "Whoever has ears to hear, let them hear." When he was alone, the 12 and the others around him asked him about the parables. He told them, "The secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to those on the outside, everything is said in parables, so that they may be ever seeing but never perceiving, and ever hearing but never understanding. Otherwise, they might turn and be forgiven." Then Jesus said to them, "Don't you understand this parable? How then will you understand any parable? The farmer sows the word. Some people are like seed along the path, where the word is sown. As soon as they hear it, Satan comes and takes away the word that was sown in them."
Yeah, I was getting ready for bed. I was going to take a dab, then lay down. But I got to get up early tomorrow. So it's about 3 o'clock now. And I got to get up at like 10.
Others,
That's kind of early since I'm staying up late.
like seed sown on rocky places, hear the word and at once receive it with joy. But since they have no root, they last only a short time. When trouble or persecution...
So I just popped the edible before bed. Appreciate you, Solo.
persecution comes,
It's time for a little dab, and then tomorrow's the 19th. I mean, today is the 19th, and then tomorrow's 420. So, oh yeah, I gotta plan what I'm doing tomorrow. I mean, today. When the sun comes up, I should do something fun today.
because of the word, they quickly fall away. Still others, like seed sown among thorns, hear the word, but the worries of this life, the deceitfulness of wealth, and the desires for other things come in and choke the word, making it unfruitful. Others, like seed sown on good soil, hear the word, accept it, and produce a crop, some 30, some 60, some 100 times what was sown. He said to them, "Do you bring in a lamp to put it under a bowl or a bed?
Oh,
Instead, don't you put it on its
I
stand?
already know.
For whatever is hidden is meant to be disclosed, and whatever is concealed is meant to be brought out into the open. If anyone has ears to hear, let them hear. Consider carefully what you hear," he continued. "With the measure you use, it will be measured to you, and even more. Whoever has will be given more. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them." He also said, "This is what the kingdom of God is like. A man scatters seed on the ground. Night and day, whether he sleeps or gets up, the seed sprouts and grows, though he does not know how. All by itself, the soil produces corn, first the stalk, then the ear, then the full grain in the ear. As soon as the corn is ripe, he puts the sickle to it, because the harvest has come."
Yeah, I mean, even on drinking holidays like St. Patrick's Day, that's an excuse to smoke more too, because it's a green day, you know. Looks wide awake, you know. I'm always woke and wide awake, man. But I'm resting at the same time.
Again he said, "What shall we say the kingdom of God is like? Or what parable shall we use to describe it? It is like a mustard seed, which is the smallest of all seeds on earth. Yet when planted, it grows and becomes the largest of all garden plants, with such big branches that the birds can perch in its shade." With many similar parables, Jesus spoke the word to them as much as they could understand. He didn't say anything to them without using a parable.
Yeah, I agree.
But when he was alone with his own disciples, he explained everything. That day, when evening came, he said
The best part is the discounts.
to his disciples, "Let's go over to the other side." Leaving the crowd behind, they took him along just as he was in the boat. There were also other boats with him. A furious squall came up, and the waves broke over the boat so that it was nearly swamped. Jesus was in the stern, sleeping on a cushion. The disciples woke him and said to him, "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?"
Don't you care?
He got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, "Quiet, be still." Then the wind died down, and it was completely calm. He said to his disciples, "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" They were terrified and asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." Luke chapter 6. Once Jesus was going through the cornfields, and his disciples began to pick some ears of corn, rub them in their hands, and eat the grain. Some of the Pharisees asked, "Why are you doing what is unlawful on the Sabbath?" Jesus answered them, "Have you never read
What's up with all these weirdos tripping about the Sabbath? The hell?
what David did when he and his companions were hungry? He entered the house of God, and taking the consecrated bread, he ate what is lawful only for priests to eat, and he also gave some to his companions. Then Jesus said to them, "The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath." On another Sabbath, he went into the synagogue and was teaching, and a man was there whose right hand was shriveled. The Pharisees and the teachers of the law were looking for a reason to accuse Jesus, so they watched him closely to see if he would heal on the Sabbath. But Jesus knew what they were thinking and
I'm kind of Jesus out. Need some,
Hello?
The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I think this would be copyrighted.
Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Idiot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by
Saturday
Eva
bedtime
M.
times.
Martin.
Well, sleep, watch Castaway.
Part 1, Chapter.
Oh yeah, I love that movie, and I know what you mean. It's a good movie to sleep to. I found a good book on tape to listen to.
1. Towards the end of November, during a thaw, at 9 o'clock one morning, a train on the Warsaw and Petersburg Railway was approaching the latter city at full speed. The morning was so damp and misty that it was only with great difficulty that the day succeeded in breaking, and it was impossible to distinguish anything more than a few yards away from the carriage windows. Some of the passengers by this particular train were returning from abroad, but the third-class carriages were the best filled, chiefly with insignificant persons of various occupations and degrees, picked up at the different stations near a town. All of them seemed weary, and most of them had sleepy eyes and a shivering expression, while their complexions generally appeared to have taken on the colour of the fog outside. When day dawned, 2 passengers in one of the third-class carriages found themselves opposite each other. Both were young fellows, both were rather poorly dressed, both had remarkable faces, and both were evidently anxious to start a conversation. If they had but known why, at this particular moment, they were both remarkable persons, they would undoubtedly have wondered at the strange chance which had set them down opposite to one another in a third-class carriage of the Warsaw Railway Company. One of them was a young fellow of about 27, not tall, with black curling hair and small grey fiery eyes. His nose was broad and flat, and he had high cheekbones. His thin lips were constantly compressed into an impudent, ironical, it might almost be called a malicious smile. But his forehead was high and well formed, and atoned for a good deal of the ugliness of the lower part of his face. A special feature of this physiognomy was its death-like pallor, which gave to the whole man an indescribably emaciated appearance, in spite of his hard look, and at the same time a sort of passionate and suffering expression, which did not harmonize with his impudent, sarcastic smile and keen, self-satisfied bearing. He wore a large fur, or rather Astrakhan, overcoat, which had kept him warm all night, while his neighbour had been obliged to bear the full severity of a Russian November night entirely unprepared. His wide sleeveless mantle with a large cape to it, the sort of cloak one sees upon travellers during the winter months in Switzerland or North Italy, was by no means adapted to the long cold journey through Russia, from Eidkunen to St. Petersburg. The wearer of this cloak was a young fellow also of about 26 or 27 years of age, slightly above the middle height, very fair, with a thin, pointed and very light-coloured beard. His eyes were large and blue, and had an intent look about them, yet that heavy expression which some people affirm to be a peculiarity as well as evidence of an epileptic subject. His face was decidedly a pleasant one for all that, refined but quite colourless, except for the circumstance that at this moment it was blue with cold. He held a bundle made up of an old faded silk handkerchief that apparently contained all his travelling wardrobe, and wore thick shoes and gaiters, his whole appearance being very un-Russian. His black-haired neighbour inspected these peculiarities, having nothing better to do, and at length remarked, with that rude enjoyment of the discomforts of others which the common classes so often show, "Cold?" "Very," said his neighbour readily, "and this is a thaw too. Fancy if it had been a hard frost. I never thought it would be so cold in the old country. I've grown quite out of the way of it." "What, been abroad, I suppose?" "Yes, straight from Switzerland." "Phew, my goodness!" The black-haired young fellow whistled and then laughed. The conversation proceeded. The readiness of the fair-haired young man in the cloak to answer all his opposite neighbour's questions was surprising. He seemed to have no suspicion of any impertinence or inappropriateness in the fact of such questions being put to him. Replying to them, he made known to the inquirer that he certainly had been long absent from Russia, more than 4 years, that he had been sent abroad for his health, that he had suffered from some strange nervous malady, a kind of epilepsy with convulsive spasms. His interlocutor burst out laughing several times at his answers, and more than ever, when to the question whether he had been cured, the patient replied, "No, they did not cure me." "Ha, that's it. You stumped up your money for nothing, and we believe in those fellows here," remarked the black-haired individual sarcastically. "Gospel truth, sir, gospel truth," exclaimed another passenger, a shabbily dressed man of about 40, who looked like a clerk and possessed
For more than 2,000 years, Zen had remained exactly what it was. Not fighting the wind, not resisting the rain, simply being mountain. Daiichi opened his eyes. The clouds below had shifted, creating new patterns. Everything was moving, changing, flowing. Yet the mountain stayed steady. He felt himself settling into that same quality. Not the changing weather of thoughts and moods, but the mountain beneath it all. The stillness that holds everything without being moved by any of it. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Daiichi felt complete. Like a small note in a vast symphony that had been playing long before he was born and would continue long after he was gone. The feeling wasn't grand or dramatic. It was quiet, solid, true. He didn't know how much time passed. The light changed from afternoon gold to evening amber. He heard footsteps on the trail behind him and turned to see an old man approaching. A shepherd, from the looks of it, with a walking stick and a small flock of sheep following at a distance. The shepherd stopped when he saw Daiichi. Something in the young monk's face must have caught his attention, because he studied him for a long moment before speaking. You look different than most people do when they come up here, the shepherd said. His voice was rough from years of wind and weather. Most arrive restless and leave the same way. You look like you found something. Daichi smiled. I think the mountain showed me something I'd been missing. The mountain is a good teacher, the shepherd agreed. He gestured to a nearby rock. May I sit for a moment? My legs aren't what they used to be. Please, Daichi said. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the light fade across the valley below. The shepherd's sheep grazed on the sparse grass, their bells making small music in the evening air. Finally, the shepherd spoke again. What did the mountain teach you? Daichi took a breath, trying to find words for something that lived beyond language. It taught me about peace. Not the kind that comes and goes depending on circumstances. Something deeper, like the mountain itself. It doesn't matter if the weather is calm or stormy. The mountain remains mountain. Steady, unchanging, complete. The shepherd nodded slowly. And you felt this peace yourself? I felt it was already here, Daichi said. I just had to stop looking for it long enough to notice. It's like it's been here all along, beneath everything else. Beneath my thoughts and worries and questions. Just here. Solid. Real. That's a good discovery, the shepherd said quietly. Can I ask you something? Daichi said. How does someone find this kind of peace in regular life? Down there, where things are complicated and noisy and constantly demanding attention. The shepherd smiled, the kind of smile that comes from long experience. You know what I've learned from 40 years of bringing sheep to this mountain? That peace isn't about your circumstances being perfect. It's about finding the mountain inside yourself. The part that stays steady, no matter what weather comes through. He gestured to the landscape around them. This mountain will be here tomorrow and next year, and 100 years from now. Storms will come. Seasons will change. None of it will move the mountain from being what it is. You have that same quality inside you. You felt it today, didn't you? Daichi nodded. That's all you need, the shepherd continued. You felt it once. Now you know it's there. That knowing changes everything. You don't have to stay on this mountain to have access to that peace. The mountain inside you goes wherever you go. They sat together until the first stars appeared. Then the shepherd stood, gathering his walking stick. I should get the flock down before full dark. But thank you for sitting with me. It's not often I meet someone who understands what this mountain offers. Thank you, Daichi said, for helping me see it more clearly. The shepherd nodded and turned to go. Then he paused and looked back. One more thing. The path you climbed today, with all those obstacles, the slippery rocks, the tangled roots, you probably thought they were in your way. But they weren't, were they? No, Daichi said, understanding. They were the way. Exactly, the shepherd said. Remember that when life gets difficult, the obstacles aren't blocking your path to peace. They're showing you where to find it. Daichi watched the old man disappear down the trail, his sheep following in a loose line. Then he turned back to the view one more time. The valley below was settling into darkness, small lights beginning to appear in the villages. The sky above was filling with stars. He stood and began gathering his things. The descent would be slower in the fading light, but he didn't mind. He had nowhere to be except here, taking each step as it came. When Daichi returned to the monastery 2 days later, his teacher took one look at him and smiled. No words were needed. The mountain had taught what words never could. This story touches something essential about the nature of peace. Daichi's journey wasn't about reaching a destination or achieving a special state. It was about discovering what had been true all along, just hidden beneath the surface of his restless searching. The mountain taught through its simple existence. It didn't perform or prove anything. It just was what it was, completely and without question. And in that steady presence, Daichi could feel his own steady presence beneath all the mental noise he usually identified as himself. This is what Zen Buddhism points to when it speaks of peace that surpasses understanding. Not a peace that depends on perfect circumstances or the absence of challenges. A peace that exists independent of conditions, like bedrock beneath shifting soil. It's always there, always solid, always available. We just forget to notice it. The obstacles Daichi encountered on his climb reveal something important about how we find this peace. The slippery rocks and tangled roots weren't preventing him from reaching understanding. They were the very means by which understanding arrived. Each challenge demanded his full attention, pulled him out of his usual mental patterns, showed him what it means to be completely present with what is. How often do we treat our life challenges as obstacles to peace rather than invitations toward it? We think peace will come when the difficult thing is resolved, when the problem is solved, when circumstances finally align the way we want them to. But the shepherd's wisdom cuts through this misunderstanding. The obstacles aren't in the way. They are the way. This doesn't mean we should seek out suffering or pretend that difficulties don't hurt. It means we can stop waiting for perfect conditions before we access the peace that's already present. Right now, beneath whatever challenges you're facing, there's a quality of awareness that remains steady. Like the mountain watching storms pass over its surface without being disturbed by them. Daichi's realization that he felt like a small note in a vast symphony points to another aspect of this teaching. When we touch this deeper peace, we often feel ourselves as part of something much larger than our individual concerns. Not in a way that makes us insignificant, but in a way that puts our struggles in perspective. We're one wave in an ocean, one breath in an endless rhythm, one moment in an eternal present. The shepherd understood this from his years of daily practice. 40 years of climbing the same mountain, watching the same seasons turn, tending the same work, learned that peace isn't exotic or dramatic. It's ordinary in the most profound way. Available right here in the simple fact of being alive and aware. When he told Daichi that the mountain inside you goes wherever you go, he was offering a key teaching of Zen. External circumstances change constantly. Moods shift. Situations evolve. But the awareness that witnesses all of it remains constant. This awareness is your inner mountain. It doesn't depend on anything outside itself to be what it is. Finding this inner mountain isn't about effort or achievement. It's about recognition. Like Daichi sitting on that summit stone, you can pause long enough to notice what's already here beneath your busy thoughts. The noticing itself is enough. Once you've felt it even once, you know it exists. That knowing changes everything. It doesn't matter how choppy your thoughts are or how unsettled you might feel. The mountain doesn't require your thoughts to be calm. It remains steady regardless. When you recognize this, Even for a moment, you touch the same peace Daichi discovered. Not because you've achieved something special, but because you've stopped long enough to see what was always true. The obstacles you face today served the same purpose as those slippery rocks on Daichi's path. They asked for your attention. They demanded your presence. In doing so, they offered an invitation to find the steady awareness that can meet any challenge without losing itself. This peace is your birthright, not your achievement. It's been here your whole life, as close as your breath, as constant as your heartbeat. The only question is whether you're willing to pause and recognize it beneath the noise of your busy mind. The monastery was small, tucked into a hillside where morning fog gathered thick as cotton. Kenzo had been walking for 3 days when he found it, though finding wasn't quite the right word. More like the monastery had been waiting for him to arrive. The path up was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Pine trees crowded close on both sides, their roots breaking through the earth to create natural steps worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Kenzo climbed slowly, breathing the thin air that smelled of pine needles and damp stone. That's when he saw it. Just off the main path, almost hidden by a curtain of hanging moss and twisted vines, an opening in the rock face caught his eye. A cave. Not large, not dramatic, but something about it made him stop walking. He stood there for a long moment, feeling pulled toward it in a way he couldn't explain. The monastery was still another half-hour's climb above him. He could hear water running somewhere nearby, probably a stream, though he couldn't see it through the trees. Kenzo looked around. No one else on the path. The morning was completely still, except for bird calls echoing through the forest. He stepped off the trail and pushed through the vines. They were wet from the fog, cold against his hands and face. The cave entrance was smaller than it had looked from the path. He had to duck his head and turn sideways to fit through. Inside, the temperature dropped immediately. Cool stone air, untouched by sunlight, for who knows how long. He brought a small lantern, more from habit than planning. Now he was grateful for it. He lit it with hands that shook slightly, though whether from cold or something else, he wasn't sure. The flame revealed walls of smooth rock that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The cave wasn't deep, maybe 15 feet from entrance to back wall, but it opened up inside, creating a space that felt much larger than its actual size. The ceiling rose in a natural dome. Someone, sometime, had placed a flat stone in the center of the floor, the perfect height and size for sitting. Kenzo set his lantern on a small ledge in the rock and lowered himself onto the stone seat. The cold from it seeped through his clothes immediately. He could see his breath in small clouds that disappeared into the darkness beyond the lantern's reach. He didn't know why he was here exactly. Didn't know what he expected to find. But something in the quality of the silence made him want to stay. He closed his eyes and let his breathing slow. The silence was complete. Not just the absence of sound, but a presence of its own. Heavy. Deep. Like the silence had weight and texture. It pressed against his ears, his skin, his thoughts. At first, his mind did what it always did. Thoughts appeared one after another. What time is it? Should I continue to the monastery? What if someone sees my pack on the trail and thinks I've fallen? The usual stream of mental chatter that filled most of his waking hours. But slowly, something began to shift. In the deep silence of the cave, with nothing to distract him and nowhere to go, the thoughts started to seem less urgent. They kept coming, but they had less power somehow. Like clouds passing across a sky without blocking the Sunday. Beneath the thoughts, he became aware of something else. A quality of presence that had always been here, but that he'd never really noticed before. Not a thing exactly, but a space. An openness. Like the cave itself, but inside him. Kenzo sat with this for a long time. The lantern flame burned steady. His breathing settled into a rhythm so slow, he almost forgot he was breathing at all. And in that stillness, layers began to peel away. Layers he hadn't known he was carrying. The person he thought he should be. The mistakes he kept rehearsing. The future he was trying to control. All of it felt suddenly transparent, like thin paper held up to light. And beneath it all was something simpler. Just this. Just being here. Just awareness itself, clear and quiet and complete. When he finally opened his eyes, the lantern had burned lower, but was still giving enough light to see by. The cave looked the same, but he felt different. Like he'd found something he'd been missing his whole life without knowing what it was. A sound at the cave entrance made him turn. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the grey daylight. As Kenzo's eyes adjusted, he saw it was a shepherd, breathing hard, looking worried. "Excuse me," the shepherd said. His voice broke the silence like a stone dropped in still water. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I've lost one of my sheep and I thought perhaps she wandered in here." Kenzo smiled, feeling completely at ease despite the interruption. "No sheep here. Just me." The shepherd stepped inside, looking around. "I've been searching all morning. She's young, tends to wander." He paused, really looking at Kenzo for the first time. "You seem very calm for someone sitting alone in a dark cave." "It's peaceful here," Kenzo said simply. "I suppose it is," the shepherd agreed. He was older, maybe 60, with weathered hands and kind eyes. "Though I've never understood people who seek out caves and mountains for peace. Seems like peace should be easier to find than that." "Maybe," Kenzo said. "But this cave showed me something I'd been missing." "What's that?" Kenzo considered how to put it into words. That the peace I was searching for wasn't something I needed to find. It was something I needed to stop covering up with all my noise and worry. The shepherd nodded slowly, like he understood more than the words themselves. "That's a good discovery." He was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Can I sit for a moment? My old legs need a rest." "Please," Kenzo said, gesturing to the stone floor. The shepherd lowered himself with a grunt and sat with his back against the cave wall. They stayed in silence for a while. Not uncomfortable silence, but the kind that feels natural between two people who don't need to fill every moment with talk. Finally, the shepherd spoke. "I've walked past this cave 100 times, probably more. Never stopped to go inside." "What made you enter?" "I don't know exactly," Kenzo admitted. "I just felt drawn to it. Like it was calling to me somehow." "Calling you to find peace?" "Calling me to find myself," Kenzo said, surprising himself with the words. But they were true. "To find a place inside me that's quiet. A place I can return to when everything else gets too loud." The shepherd smiled. "My wife used to talk about something like that. She called it her heart's home. A A place inside herself where she could go to just be. No demands, no expectations, no performing. Just being exactly who she was. That's it exactly, Kenzo said. This cave is like that. A heart's home. It doesn't give you anything new. It just gets quiet enough that you can hear what was already there. They sat together in the gentle darkness. The lantern flame cast moving shadows on the cave walls. Outside, birds called back and forth in conversation only they understood. I should keep looking for my sheep, the shepherd said eventually. But he didn't move right away. Though I have a feeling I found something more valuable than a lost animal. Thank you for sharing your cave with me. It's not my cave, Kenzo said. It belongs to whoever needs it. The shepherd stood, brushing dust from his pants. You know what I think? I think everyone has a cave like this inside them. A sacred space where they can meet themselves without all the noise of the world pushing in. Most people just never slow down long enough to find it. Kenzo felt the truth of those words settle into him. You're right. And once you find it, once you know it's there, you can return to it anytime. Even in the middle of crowds or noise or difficulty. Especially then, the shepherd agreed. He moved toward the entrance, then paused and looked back. I hope you find what you're looking for, young man. Though it seems to me you might have already found it. After the shepherd left, Kenzo sat alone for a while longer. But it felt different now. Not lonely or searching. Just present. Just here. Just at home in himself, in a way he'd never quite felt before. When he finally emerged from the cave, blinking in the afternoon sunlight, he looked up at the monastery on the hill above. He could continue climbing if he wanted, or he could turn back down the mountain. Either way felt right because he'd already found what he came for. He chose to descend, and as he walked, he practiced carrying the cave's silence with him, returning his attention to that quiet center whenever his thoughts started to race. It wasn't perfect. His mind wandered constantly, but each time he noticed it wandering, he could bring it back. Back to the sacred space inside himself that no one could take away. Kenzo's discovery in the cave reveals something essential about the spiritual journey. We often think we need to travel somewhere, do something, become someone different before we can access peace. But the cave taught him that what he was searching for was never distant. It was inside him all along, waiting to be recognized. The heart's cave is a beautiful metaphor for what exists in each of us. A place of natural quiet beneath all our mental noise. A sacred space where we can meet ourselves without judgment or performance. Not a place we create through effort, but a place we uncover by removing what obscures it. Notice how the cave didn't give Kenzo anything new. It simply provided conditions quiet enough that he could hear what had been true all along. This is the power of stillness, of silence, of creating space for awareness to recognize itself. In that recognition, layers begin to fall away naturally. Not through force or discipline, but through simple seeing. The thoughts that usually dominate our attention start to lose their grip when we stop feeding them constant energy. They keep appearing, but we begin to notice the space between them. The awareness that watches them come and go. This awareness is like the cave itself, steady and unchanging while everything else moves through it. When Kenzo described the layers peeling away, The person he thought he should be, the mistakes he kept rehearsing, the future he was trying to control, he was pointing to something we all carry. These mental constructs feel so solid, so real, so much a part of who we are. But in deep stillness, their transparent nature becomes obvious. They're just thoughts, just stories, not the fundamental truth of what we are. The shepherd's arrival demonstrates something important about this inner sanctuary. True peace isn't fragile. It doesn't shatter the moment someone interrupts us or circumstances change. Kenzo could welcome the shepherd's presence without losing his center because he touched something deeper than temporary tranquility. He'd found what the shepherd's wife called her heart's home. This idea of a heart's home is worth sitting with. A place inside yourself where you can simply be. No demands pulling at you. No expectations to meet. No roles to perform. Just the simple fact of your own existence exactly as it is. This place isn't something you have to earn or deserve. It's your birthright as a conscious being. The shepherd's wisdom that everyone has a cave like this inside them points to a universal truth. Whether we call it awareness, presence, original nature, or the heart's cave, we all have access to this quality of being. The only question is whether we take time to discover it. Most of us move through life so quickly, with so much noise and distraction, that we never encounter the silence beneath it all. We fill every moment with activity, entertainment, information, stimulation. Not because we love the noise, but because we're afraid of what we might find in the quiet. But what Kenzo discovered is what anyone finds who dares to get truly quiet. The silence isn't empty or lonely or frightening. It's full of presence, of peace, of a quality of being that feels more real than all our mental constructions about reality. When he learned he could carry this silence with him, returning to it even in the middle of daily life, he understood the practical application of his cave experience. You don't have to live in a monastery or sit in caves to access this inner sanctuary. You just have to remember it exists and practice returning to it. This returning is the essence of mindfulness practice in Zen Buddhism. Not achieving some special state, but repeatedly coming back to the simple awareness that's always here. Your mind will wander. That's what minds do. The practice is noticing when you've wandered and gently returning home. Home to the cave inside your heart. Home to the awareness that watches thoughts without being defined by them. Home to the peace that doesn't depend on circumstances being any particular way. This presence is your heart's cave. It's always available as a refuge from the noise of the world and the chatter of your mind. You don't have to travel anywhere to find it. You don't have to become someone different to deserve it. You just have to pause long enough to notice it's already here. The sacred space inside you doesn't require maintenance or protection. It can't be damaged by your mistakes or diminished by your struggles. It's the ground of your being, as constant and reliable as the earth beneath your feet. When you remember to return to it, you come home to yourself in the deepest sense. Tonight, as sleep approaches, let yourself sink into this inner cave. Let the silence hold you the way the stone cave held Kenzo. Trust that beneath all the movement and change of your life, there's a stillness that knows you completely and accepts you exactly as you are. The monastery sat in a valley where bamboo grew so thick it formed walls of green on 3 sides. Ren had lived there for 2 years, studying texts and practicing meditation with the other monks. He was dedicated serious about his training. But lately he'd been feeling rigid, brittle, like something in him might snap under pressure. His teacher, Master Sato, had noticed. After morning meditation one day, he called Ren aside. "You're trying too hard," Master Sato said. His voice was gentle but direct. "Go walk in the bamboo forest. Watch how the bamboo moves. Learn from it." Ren bowed and left, though he wasn't sure what bamboo could teach him that years of study hadn't already revealed. Still, he trusted his teacher's wisdom, even when he didn't understand it. The path into the bamboo forest was well worn, used by monks for centuries. As soon as Ren stepped under the canopy of green, the quality of light changed. Softer, filtered through thousands of leaves that rustled in the breeze. He walked slowly, letting his eyes adjust. The bamboo stalks rose like pillars in a natural temple, each one perfectly vertical, perfectly balanced. Their leaves created patterns of shadow and light that moved constantly across the ground. A gust of wind came through, stronger than before. Ren stopped walking and watched what happened. The bamboo bent. Not just a little, but deeply, dramatically. The stalks curved like bows, their tops sweeping through arcs that seemed impossible without breaking. The whole forest became a dance of movement, every stalk swaying in rhythm with the wind. Then the gust passed. And just as smoothly, just as naturally, the bamboo returned to vertical. Perfectly upright again, as if nothing had happened. Ren stood very still, watching this happen again and again. Each time the wind came, the bamboo bent. Each time the wind passed, the bamboo returned. Never fighting, never resisting, just moving with what came and then returning to center. He walked deeper into the forest until he found a small clearing where a flat stone offered a place to sit. He settled there, cross-legged, watching the bamboo continue its dance around him. The stalks were strong, he could see that. Their walls were thick, their structure solid, but they weren't rigid. They had this quality of give, of flexibility that allowed them to bend without breaking. And the more he watched, the more he understood why. The roots. He could see them at the base of each stalk, gripping the earth with fierce determination. Spreading wide and deep, anchoring the bamboo so completely that it could afford to be flexible above ground. The strength wasn't in refusing to bend. The strength was in being rooted enough to bend and return. Ren sat with this for a long time. The wind came and went. The bamboo danced and settled. And gradually, something in his own chest began to loosen. All this time he'd been trying to be like the old oak trees he'd seen in the mountains. Massive, solid, unmovable. He'd thought that's what spiritual practice required. But those oak trees, for all their size and strength, could be toppled by severe enough storms. He'd seen it happen. Their very rigidity made them vulnerable. They couldn't bend, so eventually something broke. The bamboo was showing him a different way. Not weaker, but stronger in a way he was just beginning to understand. Flexible enough to move with life's changes, while staying rooted in something essential that didn't change. He was so absorbed in watching the bamboo that he didn't hear the farmer approach until the man spoke. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Ren looked up to see an older man, maybe 70, with a bamboo basket on his back and weathered hands that spoke of decades of work. The farmer smiled at him with genuine warmth. I hope I'm not disturbing your meditation, the farmer said. I come here to gather bamboo shoots for my evening meal. This forest has fed my family for 3 generations. Please, Ren said, gesturing that he was welcome. I'm just watching and learning. The farmer set down his basket and stretched his back. Learning from the bamboo? That's wise. It's one of the best teachers in this valley. What has it taught you? Ren asked. The farmer considered this, looking up at the swaying stalks above them. It taught me how to survive hard times. How to bend when life pushes hard without losing myself. How to be strong and flexible at the same time. He knelt down, touching the base of a bamboo stalk with obvious affection. See these roots? They go deep and spread wide. That's what allows the bamboo to bend so far without breaking. It knows who it is. It knows where it's planted. That knowing gives it freedom to move. I've been trying to be rigid, Ren admitted, thinking that's what strength means. But watching the bamboo, I see I was wrong. The farmer nodded. Rigid things break. Flexible things bend and return. That's not just true of bamboo. It's true of people too. The ones who survive the hardest storms aren't the ones who refuse to bend. They're the ones who know how to move with the force and then come back to center. He stood and picked up his basket again. There's something else the bamboo taught me. It doesn't just survive storms. It thrives. Even in conditions where other plants would struggle, bamboo finds a way to grow. That's because it's not wasting energy fighting against what is. It's using that energy to adapt and flourish. Ren felt these words land deep in his chest. How much energy had he been wasting trying to control things he couldn't control? Trying to make himself into some ideal image of what a monk should be? Fighting against his own nature instead of working with it? Thank you, Ren said. You've helped me understand what I came here to learn. The farmer smiled. I didn't teach you anything. The bamboo did. I just reminded you to pay attention. He bowed slightly and moved off into the forest, gathering shoots with practiced efficiency. Ren stayed in the clearing until evening began to darken the sky. When he finally rose to return to the monastery, he felt different. Lighter somehow, but also more grounded. The rigidity in his chest had softened into something more flexible, but no less strong. Walking back through the bamboo forest, he practiced what he'd learned. When a strong gust came, he let his body sway slightly instead of bracing against it. When his mind started to grip tight around a thought, he practiced letting it bend and return instead of holding it rigid. By the time he reached the monastery gates, the lesson had settled into his bones. Flexibility wasn't weakness. It was strength refined. The bamboo had shown him how to be both solid and adaptable, both rooted and free. Master Sato was in the garden when Ren returned. The teacher looked up from the plant he was tending and studied his student's face. You understand now, Master Sato said. It wasn't a question. I understand that I've been practicing wrong, Ren replied. Trying to be unmovable when I should have been learning to move and return. Master Sato smiled. The bamboo is wiser than most teachers. Remember what it showed you when life's winds begin to blow. Don't fight them. Bend with them. Trust your roots to bring you back to center. From that day forward, Ren's practice changed. He stopped trying to force himself into rigid perfection and started trusting the flexibility of his own nature. When difficulties arose, he would remember the bamboo forest. Bend, but don't break. Move, but stay rooted. Adapt, but don't lose yourself. The teaching of the bamboo forest offers profound wisdom about how to move through life without being broken by it. Ren's discovery wasn't about becoming weak or passive. It was about understanding that true strength includes the ability to adapt. Think about the difference between the oak and the bamboo. Both are strong, but in different ways. The oak stands massive and solid, impressive in its seeming permanence. But that very rigidity makes it vulnerable. When a force comes that exceeds its ability to resist, something breaks. The bamboo approaches strength differently. It doesn't try to resist every force. Instead, it has the wisdom to move with forces it can't control, bending deeply when necessary, but always returning to center. This isn't weakness. It's intelligence. We often confuse rigidity with strength in our own lives. We think being strong means refusing to bend, standing firm against every challenge, never showing flexibility or change. But this approach exhausts us. We spend enormous energy resisting what we can't control, fighting battles that don't need to be fought. The bamboo shows a different way. It saves its energy for what matters. It doesn't waste strength fighting the wind, because fighting the wind is pointless. The wind will blow whether the bamboo likes it or not. So the bamboo bends, conserving its energy, and returns to vertical when the wind passes. The key to this flexibility is rootedness. The farmer's observation about the bamboo's roots reveals something essential. The stalks can bend so dramatically because they're anchored so deeply. Their flexibility above ground is possible because of their stability below ground. This applies directly to human life. When you're rooted in your core values, your deep sense of who you are, your essential nature, you can afford to be flexible about everything else. You can adapt to changing circumstances without losing yourself because you know what doesn't change. But when you're not rooted, when you don't have that deep stability, flexibility becomes frightening. You grip tight around everything because you're afraid that if you bend even a little, you'll lose yourself completely. Paradoxically, this rigidity is what makes you most vulnerable. Ren had been trying to be rigid because he thought that's what spiritual practice required. Stand firm. Don't waver. Maintain perfect discipline. But this approach was making him brittle, tense, ready to snap under pressure. The bamboo taught him that spiritual maturity might actually look like the opposite. Deeply rooted, but flexibly responsive. The farmer's point about bamboo not just surviving, but thriving, offers another layer to this teaching. When you stop wasting energy fighting against reality, that energy becomes available for growth and adaptation. The bamboo doesn't exhaust itself resisting wind. It uses its energy to spread its roots, grow new shoots, extend its reach. How much of your energy goes into resistance? Resisting what is, resisting change, resisting the natural flow of life. That energy could be used for growth, for adaptation, for actually thriving in whatever conditions you find yourself. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful situations without response. The bamboo is actively engaged with its environment, just not in a way that wastes energy on futile resistance. It knows what it can change, its own growth and adaptation, and what it can't, the wind itself. Zen Buddhism teaches this kind of wisdom. Not passive acceptance of everything, but intelligent discernment about where to put your energy. Responding appropriately to conditions rather than rigidly imposing your will on reality. When Ren practiced letting his body sway with the wind and his mind bend around thoughts instead of gripping them tight, he was learning a fundamental meditation principle. You don't have to fight every thought or resist every sensation. You can let them move through you, bending around them like bamboo bends around wind. The thoughts still come. Sensations still arise. Challenges still appear. But you're not breaking yourself against them. You're moving with them in a way that preserves your essential nature while allowing appropriate responsiveness. Your breath can show you this. Each inhale is a slight movement, each exhale a return. Not rigid, not forced, just the natural flexibility of being alive. Your body already knows how to be like bamboo. It's been breathing this way your whole life, bending and returning with each cycle. The rootedness that allows this flexibility isn't something you have to create. It's already here in the simple fact of your awareness. The part of you that notices thoughts is like the bamboo's roots, steady and unchanging even while everything else moves. When you recognize this, you can afford to be flexible about everything else. Thoughts can come and go. Moods can rise and fall. Circumstances can change. None of it threatens what you essentially are, because what you essentially are is the awareness that witnesses it all without being moved by any of it. This is the bamboo's teaching. Be rooted in what doesn't change so you can dance with what does. Be strong enough to be flexible. Be stable enough to adapt. And in that paradox, find a way of being that can move with life's inevitable changes without losing yourself. The temple complex was old, built centuries ago on the slope of a hill overlooking a wide valley. Jun had arrived there 6 months earlier, hungry for spiritual understanding. He'd studied the sacred texts, learned the meditation postures, memorized the chants and ceremonies. But instead of feeling closer to truth, he felt more confused than ever. Everything at the temple was so complicated. Rules about how to bow, when to bow, how deep to bow. Rituals with dozens of steps that had to be performed in exact sequence. Teachings layered on top of teachings until Jun's mind spun trying to keep track of it all. His teacher, Master Kenji, was a scholar who could recite entire sutras from memory and explain the most intricate points of Buddhist philosophy. Jun respected him deeply, but often felt overwhelmed by the complexity of his lectures. One morning, after a particularly dense teaching session, Jun sat in the meditation hall, feeling his headache from trying to understand it all. Master Kenji noticed his student's tension. "Jun," he said quietly, "perhaps you need some space to breathe. There's a lake about an hour's walk from here. Go spend the day there. Just sit and watch. Don't try to figure anything out." Jun bowed gratefully and left immediately. The path to the lake wound through rice fields where farmers were already at work, then through a bamboo grove that rustled in the morning breeze. The air smelled of earth and growing things. When Jun emerged from the bamboo, the lake spread before him like a mirror. The water was so still it reflected the sky perfectly, making it hard to tell where earth ended and heaven began. And floating on that perfect mirror were lotus flowers. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Each one a masterpiece of simple beauty. pink petals opening to the sun, white ones glowing like small moons, a few deep purple ones scattered among the others like jewels. Yoon walked to the lake's edge and knelt in the grass. It was soft beneath his knees, slightly damp with morning dew. He could smell the flowers now, a scent so subtle he had to breathe slowly to catch it. Clean, fresh, alive. He watched one lotus in particular, close to shore. Perfect in its simplicity. Each petal arranged just so, not too many, not too few. The flower sat on the water's surface like it had no weight at all, completely at ease with itself. June felt something release in his chest. After months of wrestling with complicated teachings and elaborate rituals, here was something that needed no explanation. The lotus was beautiful simply because it was lotus. Nothing added, nothing taken away. Just itself, completely. He breathed deeper, letting the sight settle into him. The lake held the flowers without effort. The flowers floated without struggle. Everything was exactly as it needed to be, without anyone trying to make it so. Time passed without Jun noticing. The sun climbed higher. The flowers tracked its movements subtly, always turning toward the light. He watched this happen with a kind of wonder he hadn't felt since childhood. How did they know to do that? Not through thinking or trying, just through being what they were. A sound behind him made Jun turn. An old man was approaching along the shore, a fishing pole over his shoulder and a bucket in his hand. He had the look of someone who'd spent his whole life near water, skin weathered by sun and wind, eyes that crinkled at the corners. Beautiful, aren't they? The old man said, gesturing to the lotus flowers. Yes, Jun replied. I've never seen anything like this. The man set down his fishing gear and lowered himself to sit on a rock near where Jun knelt. I've been fishing this lake for 50 years. The lotus always teaches me something new. What does it teach? Jun asked. The fisherman was quiet for a moment, looking out at the water. It teaches about where we come from and where we're going. See how the roots of the lotus grow down in the mud at the bottom of the lake? That's where they're anchored. In the dark, in the murky water where you can't see clearly. He pointed to one of the flowers. But the flower doesn't stay in the mud. It pushes up through the water, through all that darkness and confusion, and opens to the light. Clean and perfect. The mud didn't stain it. The murky water didn't damage it. It used all of that as nourishment to become what it is. Jun felt these words touch something deep in him. So even in darkness and confusion, there's a way to reach toward light? That's what the lotus shows us, the fisherman agreed. You don't have to wait until everything is perfect and clear to bloom. You bloom right in the middle of the mess. The mess is actually what feeds your growth. They sat together in silence, watching the flowers float and sway gently. A breeze moved across the water, creating ripples that made the lotuses dance. Can I tell you something? Yoon said after a while. I came here to get away from the temple because everything there feels too complicated. Too many rules and rituals and teachings. My mind can't hold it all, and I feel like I'm failing. The fisherman smiled with understanding. And then you came here and found the lotus. About as simple as something can be. Just a flower, floating on water, opening to Sunday. Yes, Jun said. It makes me wonder if I've been making everything too difficult. The lotus doesn't read sutras, the fisherman observed. Doesn't perform rituals or try to understand complex philosophy. It just does what lotus does. Roots in mud, flower in light. That's enough. He stood and picked up his fishing pole. Maybe that's true for you too. Maybe beneath all the complicated teachings you're studying, the truth is as simple as a lotus on a lake, rooted in reality, reaching for understanding, blooming right where you are. After the fisherman moved down the shore to find his fishing spot, Jun stayed by the lake until the sun began to descend. He watched how the light changed on the water, how the flowers closed slightly as evening approached, how everything moved in natural rhythms that needed no instruction or explanation. When he finally stood to return to the temple, his legs were stiff from sitting so long, but his mind felt clearer than it had in months. The walk back seemed shorter somehow, or maybe he was just paying more attention to each step. At the temple, evening chanting had already begun. Jun could hear the voices as he approached, reciting words in the ancient language. But this time, instead of feeling overwhelmed by it, he heard something different. Beneath the complexity of the words, there was a simple rhythm, a basic truth being expressed in elaborate form. Master Kenji found him after the chanting ended. How was the lake? It showed me what I needed to see, Jun said. The lotus flowers are so simple, perfect in their simplicity. And I realized I've been making everything too complicated. Master Kenji smiled. And now? Now I think I can come back to the teachings with fresh eyes. Not trying to grasp and hold every detail, but looking for the simple truth beneath all the words. Like looking for the lotus flower beneath all the ceremony. Good, his teacher said. The rituals and texts have their place. Their fingers pointing at the moon. But sometimes we spend so much time studying the fingers that we forget to look at the moon. The lake reminded you to look up. From that day forward, Jun approached his studies differently. The complicated ceremonies became less burdensome when he understood they were just elaborate ways of expressing simple truths. The dense philosophical texts became clearer when he looked for the basic insights they were trying to convey. Like the lotus anchored in mud, but blooming in light, he learned to be rooted in the reality of his experience while reaching for understanding. The confusion and difficulty weren't obstacles to clarity. They were the fertile ground from which clarity could grow. The Lotus Lake offered Jun a teaching that cuts through centuries of accumulated complexity and returns us to something essential. Truth doesn't have to be complicated to be profound. In fact, the deepest truths are often the simplest ones, just hidden beneath layers of elaboration. Jun's experience at the temple reflects something many of us encounter in various forms. We approach life, spirituality, growth, with genuine hunger for understanding. But then we get caught in complexity. Rules pile on top of rules. Techniques multiply. Explanations become more elaborate. And somehow, in all that complexity, we lose touch with the simple truth we were originally seeking. The lotus doesn't need instruction in how to be lotus. It doesn't study techniques for floating or read manuals about opening to sunlight. It simply is what it is, and its very simplicity makes it perfect. This doesn't mean that study and practice have no value. Jun didn't abandon the temple or reject his teacher's guidance, but the lake helped him see through the complexity to the essence beneath it. The rituals and teachings were fingers pointing at something simple, He'd been so busy studying the fingers that he forgot to look where they were pointing. The image of the lotus rooted in mud, but blooming in light, speaks to another aspect of this simplicity. We often think we need perfect conditions before we can flourish. We wait for clarity before we act, for understanding before we commit, for ideal circumstances before we allow ourselves to bloom. But the lotus shows us something different. It doesn't wait for the water to become clear. It doesn't demand that the mud be cleaned up before it grows. It uses the very murkiness as nourishment. The darkness and confusion aren't obstacles to its flowering. They're the ground from which its beauty emerges. How often do we postpone our own flowering because conditions aren't perfect? How often do we think we need to resolve all our confusion before we can access clarity? The lotus suggests we have this backwards. We bloom right in the middle of the mess. The mess itself becomes the fertile ground for growth. The fisherman's wisdom, earned through 50 years of watching the lake, points to this paradox. You don't have to escape your circumstances to find peace. You don't have to achieve perfect understanding before you can rest. Like the lotus, you can be rooted in reality exactly as it is while still reaching toward light. This is what Zen Buddhism calls living in the world, but not being stained by it. The lotus touches the muddy bottom, but doesn't become muddy. It floats on murky water, but remains clean. Not because it's fighting against contamination, but because its nature is to be lotus. The mud and murk simply can't change what it fundamentally is. You have this same quality. Beneath all the complexity of your life, beneath all your confusion and difficulty, there's something simple and clear. Your basic awareness, your fundamental nature, remains unstained no matter what it encounters. It's like the lotus flower floating on muddy water, completely itself regardless of circumstances. June's realization that he'd been making everything too complicated touches many of us. We accumulate techniques and practices and beliefs and frameworks until we can barely move under the weight of it all. And then something simple breaks through. A flower on a lake, a bird singing, a moment of clear seeing, and we remember that truth was never as complicated as we made it. This doesn't mean abandoning discrimination or becoming simplistic in our thinking. It means distinguishing between essential simplicity and accumulated complexity. What's actually true tends to be simple at its core. The elaborations we add might be useful in certain contexts, but they're not the truth itself. When Master Kenji spoke about fingers pointing at the moon, he was expressing a classic Zen teaching. The words, rituals, practices, teachings, they're all fingers pointing. Useful for directing attention. But they're not the moon itself. They're not the truth they're pointing toward. The danger is spending so much time analyzing the fingers that you never look up to see what they're indicating. This is what happened to Jun at first. He was working so hard to understand the teachings that he lost sight of what the teachings were teaching. The lake reminded him to look up, to see directly, to touch the simple truth beneath all the words. And once he did that, he could return to the words and rituals with new understanding. They became transparent rather than opaque. Windows to look through instead of walls to struggle against. What if you could be like the lotus tonight? Rooted in whatever reality you find yourself in, the day's tensions, tomorrow's concerns, the thoughts still moving through your mind, but blooming anyway. Opening to rest not because conditions are perfect, but because opening to rest is your nature. The mud and murk don't have to be resolved first. They can be there, acknowledged and accepted, while you still allow yourself to flower into sleep. This is the Lotus teaching. This is the simple truth beneath all the complicated sleep advice. You already know how to do this. You just need to stop interfering with what knows. The monastery garden was Takeshi's responsibility, and he took it seriously. Maybe too seriously. Every morning before dawn, he would be out there with his rake, creating perfect patterns in the white gravel. Concentric circles around the stones, parallel lines flowing like water. Each line precise, each curve exact. It was a meditation, his teacher had told him. The act of raking the garden was meant to calm the mind, to bring order to inner chaos. And Takeshi needed that. His thoughts were always racing, always trying to control everything, always anxious about getting things right. The garden helped, at first. For those early morning hours when he was alone with the rake and the gravel, he could lose himself in the rhythm. Pull, step, pull, step. Watch the lines emerge clean and clear behind the rake's teeth. Feel satisfaction at the perfect geometry taking shape. But then the day would start, and the garden would begin to fall apart. A morning breeze would stir, scattering leaves across his perfect lines. Birds would land, their feet disrupting the patterns. Monks walking to the meditation hall would step carelessly across his work, leaving footprints in the gravel. By midday, the garden that had been pristine at dawn would be chaos. And every day, Takeshi would feel his frustration build. Why couldn't people be more careful? Why couldn't the birds land somewhere else? Why did the wind have to blow leaves into his garden? He'd spend his afternoons erasing the damage, re-raking the lines, trying to restore the perfection he'd created that morning. It was exhausting. More than that, it was making him bitter. He found himself resenting the wind, the birds, the other monks. Everything felt like an attack on his work, on his efforts to maintain order. One evening, his teacher, Master Fumio, came to sit beside him as he worked frantically to repair the day's damage. The old master watched in silence for a long time as Takeshi raked and muttered under his breath. "Takeshi," Master Fumio finally said, his voice soft. "Why are you fighting the garden?" Takeshi stopped raking. "I'm not fighting it. I'm trying to take care of it. To keep it beautiful." "Is it beautiful now?" the master asked, gesturing to the disturbed gravel, the scattered leaves, the imperfect lines. "No," Takeshi said. "Not yet. But it will be once I fix it." Master Fumio nodded slowly. "And then?" "Then it will be perfect again. Until tomorrow. When the wind will blow, and the birds will land, and the leaves will fall." The master's voice held no judgment, just observation. "And you'll fix it again, and again, and again, forever chasing perfection that lasts only moments." Takeshi felt something tighten in his chest. Then what's the point? Why rake the garden at all if it's just going to get messed up? "Good question," Master Fumio said. "Sit with me for a moment." They sat together on a low bench at the garden's edge. The evening light was fading, turning everything golden. A breeze moved through, and Takeshi watched helplessly as it disrupted more of his lines. "What do you see when you look at the garden right now?" Master Fumio asked. "I see chaos," Takeshi said. "Disorder, things out of place. Look again, the master suggested. Really look. Takeshi tried. He looked at the leaves scattered across the gravel. Some were still green, others touched with autumn red and gold. They lay at random angles, creating patterns he never could have designed. The disrupted rake lines formed swirls around them, like water flowing around stones. A sparrow landed near one of the carefully placed rocks, pecking at something in the gravel. Its feet left tiny marks, delicate as brushstrokes. The bird hopped away, and those small marks remained, evidence of its visit. I see, Takeshi said slowly, that there's a kind of beauty in the disorder too. But that can't be what we're aiming for. The whole point of a Zen garden is order, right? Structure. Control. Master Fumio smiled. Is it? Or is the point something else entirely? He stood and walked to the center of the garden, bending to pick up one of the fallen leaves. This leaf didn't ask permission to fall here. The wind didn't check with you before blowing. The bird didn't consider your perfect lines before landing. All of this happened naturally, spontaneously, without concern for your plans. That's the problem, Takeshi said. Or that's the teaching, Master Fumio replied. You rake the garden every morning, creating order. That's your part. Nature adds disorder throughout the day. That's its part. Together, you're creating something neither of you could make alone. Takeshi shook his head. But I'm trying to create beauty through order. Nature is destroying it with chaos. Are you sure? The master gestured to the garden. Look at how the leaf landed next to that stone. Look at the swirl pattern the wind made in the gravel. Look at the bird's footprints, creating a trail across your straight lines. Is this destruction or collaboration? Takeshi looked. Really looked, not through the filter of his frustration, but with fresh eyes. And he began to see what his teacher meant. The garden with its perfect lines was beautiful, yes. But the garden with leaves and wind marks and bird prints had a different beauty. Alive. Dynamic. Real. I've been trying to maintain a photograph, Takeshi said quietly. A frozen moment of perfection. But the garden wants to be alive. Changing. Responsive to what happens. Now you're beginning to understand, Master Fumio said. The garden is teaching you about life itself. We create structure, which is good and necessary. But life keeps adding spontaneity, change, the unexpected. We can exhaust ourselves fighting this, trying to keep everything exactly as we planned. Or we can learn to dance with it. Dance with it? Yes. You rake the lines. The wind moves them. You work with what the wind created. The bird lands. You incorporate its marks into your next pattern. The leaf falls. You see where it wants to be and adjust around it. Not giving up your part, but not fighting nature's part either. They sat together as darkness came. Takeshi felt something beginning to shift in how he saw the garden, and by extension, how he saw everything. Tomorrow morning, Master Fumio said as he stood to leave, rake the garden as you always do. Create your order, your beauty. But when the disorder comes, and it will, try welcoming it instead of resenting it. See what wants to happen when order and chaos work together. That night, Takeshi couldn't sleep at first. His mind was too busy reconsidering everything he thought he knew about the garden, about practice, about life. But eventually, exhaustion won, and he slept deeply. The next morning, he raked the garden as usual, created his lines, his patterns, his order. But this time, when he finished, he didn't walk away with the anxious feeling that it would soon be ruined. Instead, he felt curious about what the day would bring. By mid-morning, leaves had fallen. The wind had disturbed some lines. A cat had walked through, leaving prints. And instead of frustration, Takeshi felt something almost like excitement. He took up his rake and began working with what was there. He created new patterns that incorporated the leaves where they'd fallen. He turned the wind swirls into features rather than flaws. He followed the cat's trail with his rake, extending it into a flowing line that became part of the design. The garden that emerged was nothing like what he'd planned that morning. It was better, more alive, more real. A collaboration between his intention and life's spontaneity. Master Fumio found him there at noon, still working, but with a completely different energy than before. No frantic fixing, no bitter muttering. Just creative response to what was. The garden is teaching you well, the master observed. It's teaching me that I can't control life, Takeshi said. But I can dance with it. I can bring my part and let life bring its part, and together we make something neither of us could make alone. From that day forward, Takeshi's relationship with the garden transformed. He still raked it every morning, still created order and beauty. But he'd stopped fighting the chaos that came. Instead, he'd learned to weave it into his work, to see disorder not as destruction, but as life's contribution to an ongoing conversation. And something unexpected happened. As he learned to dance with the garden's chaos, he found he could dance with life's chaos too. When plans fell apart, he didn't panic. When unexpected things happened, he didn't resist. He brought his structure, his intention, his care. And he let life bring its surprises, its changes, its wild spontaneity. Together, they created a way of being that was both grounded and free. Takeshi's garden holds a teaching that reaches far beyond raked gravel and fallen leaves. It speaks to one of the fundamental tensions in human life, our desire for order meeting reality's constant change. We spend enormous energy trying to maintain control over our lives. We make careful plans. We try to anticipate every variable. We work to keep everything in its proper place. And then life happens. The unexpected arrives. Circumstances change. People act in ways we didn't predict. Our perfect plans get scattered like leaves in wind. When this happens, we have two choices. We can fight it, trying desperately to restore our original plan, resenting every deviation from our expectations. Or we can do what Takeshi learned, work with what is instead of fighting for what we wanted. This doesn't mean abandoning all structure or giving up on intention. Takeshi didn't stop raking the garden. He still created order every morning, still brought care and attention to his work. But he stopped believing that his order was the only acceptable state. He learned to see disorder not as failure, but as a different kind of contribution. The image of order and chaos working together as collaborators rather than opponents offers a profound shift in perspective. In our usual thinking, these are enemies. Order is good, chaos is bad. We should maximize one and eliminate the other. But the garden showed Takeshi that life needs both. Pure order with no spontaneity becomes rigid, lifeless, brittle. Everything is controlled, predicted, safe. But there's no vitality, no surprise, no room for life to express itself. Pure chaos with no structure becomes overwhelming, scattered, unsustainable. Everything is possible, but nothing has form or direction. The sweet spot is the dance between them. Structure that's flexible enough to incorporate spontaneity. Spontaneity that's grounded enough to work with structure. This is where life actually happens, in the dynamic tension between our plans and reality's surprises. Master Fumio's question about whether Takeshi was seeing destruction or collaboration cuts to the heart of how we interpret our experience. The exact same events can be viewed as problems or possibilities depending on our perspective. The fallen leaves didn't change. Takeshi's relationship to them changed, and that changed everything. Think about your own life. How many things do you label as problems that might actually be possibilities if you looked at them differently? How many disruptions to your plans might be life offering something you couldn't have planned yourself? This isn't about positive thinking or pretending that difficult things are actually good. Some disruptions genuinely are destructive. Some chaos genuinely does need to be resisted. But many, maybe most of the disruptions we face are neutral. They become problems only because they don't match what we wanted to happen. Takeshi's transformation came when he stopped demanding that reality match his expectations and started working creatively with what reality was offering. This is a form of wisdom that Zen Buddhism has pointed to for centuries. Not passive acceptance of everything, but active engagement with what is rather than what we wish was. The exhaustion Takeshi felt before his shift came from constant resistance. Fighting the wind, resenting the birds, trying to impose his will on forces that couldn't be controlled. This resistance drained his energy and created suffering that had nothing to do with the actual events, only with his relationship to them. When he learned to dance instead of fight, his energy was freed for creative response. He could use the same effort he'd been spending on resistance to instead work with what was happening. The garden became not a battlefield, but a canvas where he collaborated with forces larger than himself. The river had always flowed. For as long as anyone in the village could remember, it had wound through the valley in constant motion, singing over stones, rushing through narrows, pooling in quiet bends. Always moving, always going somewhere. But one autumn morning, Sora walked down to her usual spot by the water and stopped in confusion. The river was still, completely still. The surface was like glass, reflecting the sky so perfectly she couldn't tell where water ended and air began. Sora knelt at the bank, staring. In the 3 years she'd lived at the temple just up the hill, she'd never seen the river like this. Even in the deepest winter, when ice formed at the edges, there was always current beneath, always movement. But today, nothing. Just stillness so complete, it seemed impossible. She reached out to touch the water, half expecting it to be frozen. But it was liquid, cool against her fingers, just not moving. The ripples from her touch spread out in perfect circles, then faded back to mirror calm. Strange, isn't it? Sora turned to find Master Hotaka standing behind her. The old teacher moved so quietly, she never heard him approach. He smiled at her startled expression and lowered himself to sit on a nearby rock. "I've never seen it like this," Sora said. "Is something wrong with it?" Nothing's wrong, Master Hotaka replied. This happens sometimes. Conditions align in a particular way, temperature and pressure and a dozen other factors, and the river decides to rest. But rivers don't rest. They flow. That's what rivers do. The master nodded. Usually, yes. But even rivers need stillness sometimes. Look closer at the surface. What do you see? Sora looked. The reflection was so clear it was disorienting. Every tree on the far bank, every cloud in the sky, every bird that flew past appeared twice, once in the air and once in the water. Perfect mirror images. I see everything reflected, she said. And if the river was moving? You couldn't see the reflections clearly. They'd be broken by the current. Exactly, Master Hotaka said. The stillness allows the river to show you something movement can't. Both states have their gifts. Sora sat with this, watching the still water. After a while, she noticed something else. The surface might be still, but if she looked very carefully, she could see subtle movement beneath. Tiny currents, barely visible. Small shifts in the water, like breathing. It's not really still, is it? She asked. Not completely. There's still movement underneath. Very observant, the master said. True stillness doesn't mean the absence of all movement. It means movement so subtle, so refined, that it appears still on the surface while remaining alive beneath. He picked up a small stone and tossed it gently into the river. Ripples spread from where it landed, disturbing the mirror surface. But within moments, the water settled back to stillness, absorbing the disturbance without being changed by it. This is what I've been trying to teach you in meditation, Master Hotaka said. You think stillness means forcing your mind to stop, making your thoughts disappear, creating some kind of blank emptiness. But that's not stillness. That's suppression. Sora felt her cheeks warm. He was right. She'd been fighting her mind in meditation, trying to wrestle it into silence, frustrated when thoughts kept appearing despite her efforts. Real stillness is like this river, the master continued. On the surface, calm. Underneath, alive with subtle movement. Thoughts can arise and pass without disturbing the fundamental peace. The stillness isn't fragile. It can hold movement within itself. They sat together in silence. Sora watched the river and felt something shifting in her understanding. She'd been approaching meditation because she needed to kill her thoughts, wage war on her mind, force it into submission. No wonder she always felt exhausted after sitting. No wonder peace felt so elusive. How do I find this kind of stillness? She asked. Stop chasing it, Master Hotaka said simply. Stillness isn't something you create through effort. It's what's already here when you stop creating turbulence. I don't understand. The master gestured to the river. Why is it still today? You said something about conditions aligning. Temperature and pressure. Yes. The river isn't trying to be still. It's not using some special technique. Conditions are right, and stillness is the natural result. When you sit in meditation, you create conditions. Quiet space, stable posture, gentle attention. Then you let stillness arise naturally instead of trying to manufacture it. Sora thought about this. But what about my thoughts? They feel like they're preventing stillness. Are they? Master Hotaka picked up another stone and tossed it in the river. More ripples spread across the surface. Did that stone prevent the river from being still? It disturbed it temporarily. And now? Sora looked. The surface was calm again, as if the stone had never landed. It's still again. Because the river's fundamental nature is to return to stillness when nothing is actively disturbing it. Your mind is the same way. Thoughts arise like stones landing in water. They create ripples. But if you don't fight them or grab onto them or throw more stones, the ripples fade naturally and stillness returns. So I just let thoughts come and go? More than that, you recognize that the thoughts aren't preventing stillness. They're just ripples on the surface. Underneath, there's a depth that's always still, always quiet, regardless of what's happening above. Sora closed her eyes and tried to feel this in herself. At first, all she noticed were thoughts, the usual stream of mental chatter. But as she sat with it, not fighting it, she began to sense something beneath the thoughts. A quality of awareness that was watching the thoughts, but wasn't made of thoughts. Still, quiet, present. I feel it, she whispered, afraid to speak too loudly and lose it. Good, Master Hotaka said. That's your river. That's the stillness that's always here, whether your thoughts are calm or churning. You don't have to create it or maintain it. You just have to recognize it. They sat by the river until the sun was high overhead. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the water began to move again. A breath of wind stirred the surface. A leaf floated past. The river remembered its nature as flowing water and started to flow. But even as it moved, Sora could still sense the stillness underneath. The current might be rushing, but something in the river's depths remained quiet. Movement and stillness weren't opposites. They were partners in the same dance. When they walked back up the hill to the temple, Sora felt different. Lighter somehow. She'd been carrying the burden of trying to force stillness, trying to be perfectly peaceful through sheer effort. Now she understood she didn't have to carry that burden. Stillness was already there, waiting to be recognized beneath whatever turbulence appeared on the surface. That evening during meditation, thoughts came as they always did. But instead of fighting them, Sora let them be like ripples on the river. They arose, spread across the surface of her awareness, and faded. And underneath, she could feel the stillness that wasn't disturbed by their coming and going. Days later, she returned to the river. It was flowing normally again, rushing over rocks, creating white foam in the rapids. But she looked at it differently now. She could see the movement, yes, but she could also sense the stillness that held the movement. Both were true. Both were the river. The still river opens a teaching about the nature of peace that many of us misunderstand. We think peace means the absence of all disturbance, the complete cessation of mental activity, a state where nothing moves or changes. But this isn't peace. It's death. Real peace is alive. It can hold movement within itself without being disturbed by it. Like the river that appears still on the surface while remaining vital beneath, genuine inner peace doesn't require your thoughts to stop. It exists as the ground that thoughts move through, unchanged by their passing. Sora's struggle reflects what many of us experience in meditation and in life. We fight our own minds, trying to force silence, frustrated when thoughts keep appearing. This fighting creates more turbulence than the thoughts themselves. It's like throwing stones in the water while demanding the surface be still. Master Hotaka's teaching points to a different approach. Create conditions for stillness, then trust the natural process. Don't manufacture peace through force. Recognize the peace that's already present beneath your mental activity. The image of the river settling back to calm after being disturbed reveals something important about the mind's natural tendency. When you stop actively creating turbulence, things settle on their own. You don't have to push thoughts away or make them disappear. You just have to stop feeding them energy, stop fighting them, stop throwing more stones. This is what Zen Buddhism calls non-interference. Not doing nothing, but not doing too much. Creating space and then allowing natural processes to unfold. The river doesn't try to be still. Stillness arises naturally when conditions support it. The deeper teaching is about recognizing the stillness beneath movement. Even when the river is flowing, even when your mind is busy, there's a depth that remains quiet. This depth is your fundamental awareness, the part of you that witnesses thoughts without being made of thoughts. Most of us identify completely with the surface movement of our minds. We think we are our thoughts, our moods, our mental activity. But this is like the river thinking it's only the ripples on the surface and forgetting the depth beneath. When Sora felt the stillness under her thoughts, she touched something essential. There's a part of you that's always quiet, always at peace, regardless of what's happening in your mental and emotional weather. This isn't something you create. It's what you are beneath all the activity. The river's return to flowing after its period of stillness shows that movement and stillness aren't enemies. They're both natural expressions of the same river. Your mind will have active times and quiet times, turbulent periods and peaceful ones. Neither state is better or more spiritual than the other. Both are just the natural rhythm of consciousness. Approach your bedtime mind like the still river. Let thoughts arise and pass like ripples on the surface. Don't fight them or grab them. Just let them be while resting in the deeper stillness that holds them all. This stillness doesn't require your thoughts to stop. It's already here, beneath the thoughts, beneath the worries, beneath the mental replay of the day. It's the awareness that's watching it all, completely at peace with whatever appears in its field. The stone landing in the river and the ripples fading back to calm illustrate how thoughts work when we stop interfering with them. Each thought arises, creates its ripple, and fades naturally when we don't grab it and turn it into a story. The problem isn't the thoughts. The problem is our relationship to them. This awareness is like the river's depth, undisturbed by whatever moves across its surface. Thoughts will come and go. Worries might arise and fade. Memories might flow past. All of this is just weather on the surface of the deep stillness that you fundamentally are. Trust this stillness. Rest in it. Let it hold you the way the river holds its ripples, completely accepting of whatever movement appears while remaining essentially peaceful. This is the stillness that doesn't exclude life, but includes all of life within its spacious acceptance. In a remote mountain valley where eagles nested in the high cliffs, there stood a small temple that few travelers ever found. The path to reach it was steep and dangerous, known only to those who lived nearby and the monks who called it home. Ichiro was the youngest monk there, barely 18, with a mind that never seemed to stop churning. He worried about everything. Whether he was practicing correctly what the other monks thought of him, if he would ever understand the teachings. Each worry fed the next, until his mind felt like a tangled knot he couldn't unravel. One morning, unable to sit still through meditation, Ichiro slipped out of the hall and climbed to the high ridge above the temple. He needed air, space, somewhere to let his thoughts spread out instead of crushing him from the inside. The ridge was narrow, a knife edge of rock with steep drops on both sides. But the view was worth the danger. The whole valley spread below, with the temple looking small as a child's toy. Mountains marched away to the horizon in waves of blue and purple. Ichiro sat on a flat boulder and tried to breathe. His thoughts kept spinning. Maybe he wasn't cut out for monastic life. Maybe he should return to his family's village. Maybe he was wasting everyone's time trying to be something he could never become. A shadow passed over him, large and swift. He looked up to see an eagle soaring overhead. The bird was enormous, wings spread wide, riding the thermal currents that rose from the valley. It circled higher and higher with barely a movement, just small adjustments to catch the wind just right. Ichiro watched, fascinated. The eagle seemed completely at ease up there. No effort, no struggle, just pure presence in the empty sky. It rose until it was just a speck against the clouds, then hung there, motionless except for the slight trembling of its wingtips. From that height, what could the eagle see? Everything, probably. The whole valley at once. The temple, the villages, the rivers, the forests. All of it together in one view, none of it close enough to dominate its vision. Something about the eagle eased the knot in Ichiro's chest. Up there, everything that seemed so urgent and overwhelming from the ground became small. Part of a larger pattern. The eagle wasn't worried about any of it. It just rode the currents, seeing everything, attached to nothing. Beautiful creature, isn't it? Ichiro turned to find Master Riku standing a few feet away. The old teacher must have followed him up the trail, though Ichiro had heard nothing. "I'm sorry, Master," Ichiro said. "I should be in meditation." "You are meditating," Master Riku replied, settling himself on a nearby rock. "Just not in the hall. Sometimes the best teaching comes from watching." They sat together in silence, watching the eagle circle and drift. Another bird joined it, the two of them playing in the high air, diving and rising in patterns that looked like pure joy. "I can't seem to settle," Ichiro finally admitted. "My mind won't stop. Every thought hooks into the next one. I feel like I'm drowning." Master Riku nodded, not looking away from the eagles. "And what would the eagle tell you if it could speak?" "I don't know. To fly, I suppose." "To rise," the master corrected gently. "To find altitude. The eagle doesn't fight the storms below. It rises above them. From up there, it can see the storm, the clear sky, the mountains, the valleys. All of it at once. Nothing is too close, too overwhelming." Ichiro watched the eagle spiral higher. "But I can't actually fly." "No," Master Riku agreed. "But you can find that same height in your awareness. Right now, you're down in the valley of your thoughts, where each one feels huge and urgent. Every worry blocks your view. Every fear feels like the whole sky." He gestured to the eagles above. "What if you could step back? Rise up in your own awareness and see all those thoughts from a distance. They'd still be there, but they wouldn't fill your whole vision. You could see them as part of a larger landscape. How do I do that? The same way the eagle does. Stop fighting the air and learn to ride it. Your thoughts are like wind currents. You can't stop them, but you don't have to let them toss you around either. Find the place in yourself that watches thoughts the way the eagle watches the valley. Present to it all, caught by none of it. Ichiro tried to feel what the master meant. He closed his eyes and noticed his thoughts. Worry about being a bad student. Anxiety about the future. Doubt about his abilities. Usually, he was inside these thoughts, carried along by them. But what if he could step back? He imagined himself rising like the eagle, gaining altitude on his own mental landscape. The thoughts were still there, but from this height, they seemed smaller. Just movements in the mind, like weather patterns in the valley. He could see them without being caught in them. That's it, Master Riku said softly. That space you're feeling right now, that watching awareness, that's your inner eagle. It can soar above anything. Not because it escapes, but because it finds the right altitude to see clearly. They sat until the eagles drifted away toward the far peaks. When Ichiro finally stood to return to the temple, something had shifted. The worries were still there, but they felt different. More like clouds passing through a vast sky than walls closing in around him. Over the following weeks, whenever Ichiro felt overwhelmed, he would remember the eagles. He practiced finding that inner altitude, that place of awareness that could watch his thoughts and feelings without being swept away by them. Not escaping from life, but finding the right distance to engage with it clearly. Master Riku noticed the change. The eagle taught you well, he observed one evening. It taught me that I don't have to be caught in every storm, Ichiro replied. I can rise to where I see the storm and the clear sky and everything together. From there, nothing feels so overwhelming. That's detachment, the master said. Not running away, but finding the freedom to engage with life from a place of clarity instead of confusion. The eagle is always present, always aware, but never trapped by what it observes. The eagle's teaching reveals something essential about freedom. Ichiro discovered that detachment isn't coldness or distance from life. It's the ability to remain present without being consumed. We spend most of our time too close to our own experience. Each thought feels enormous because we're standing right next to it. Each emotion fills our whole field of vision. We're down in the valley where individual trees block our view of the forest. The eagle offers a different perspective. From height, you can see patterns instead of just fragments. You can hold many things in your awareness at once instead of being dominated by one urgent concern. This doesn't mean you care less. It means you see more clearly. Master Riku's teaching about riding the wind instead of fighting it points to a fundamental shift. The currents of thought and feeling will move through you whether you like it or not. Fighting them exhausts you. Learning to ride them, to maintain your center while they move, that's wisdom. The inner altitude Ichiro discovered is always available. It's the awareness that watches your thoughts without being made of thoughts. When you find this perspective, everything that seemed overwhelming becomes manageable. Not because problems disappear, but because you see them in context, as part of a larger whole. Detachment in Zen Buddhism doesn't mean not caring. It means caring without being trapped, engaging fully without losing yourself, like the eagle completely present to the valley without being caught in any particular part of it. This understanding brings a natural ease. When you know you can rise above any mental, the storms lose their power to frighten you. They're just weather passing through the vast sky of your awareness. In a monastery garden where flowers bloomed in careful arrangement, there was one section left deliberately wild. Roses grew there, untended and uncontrolled, sprawling across old stone walls and tangling with each other in ways that would have horrified the careful gardeners. Kenta found himself drawn to this wild corner despite its disorder, or maybe because of it. Everything else in the monastery was so precise, so controlled. The wild roses felt like a secret pocket of truth in all that perfection. He was kneeling there one afternoon, reaching carefully between the branches to touch a deep red bloom when a thorn caught his finger. Sharp and sudden, it drew a small bead of blood. Kenta pulled his hand back with a curse, then immediately felt ashamed. A monk shouldn't curse over such a small thing. He looked at his finger, at the tiny wound, and then back at the rose that had pricked him. The flower was beautiful. Deep crimson petals layered in spirals, scent so rich it almost made him dizzy. But those thorns, vicious and sharp, guards protecting something precious. Both together, a voice said behind him. Kenta turned to see Master Takara, the abbot, standing at the edge of the wild garden. The old teacher's robes were simple and worn, her face lined with years of practice. "Master," Kenta said, standing quickly. "I was just looking at the roses." "And they bit you," Master Takara observed with a gentle smile. She came to stand beside him, looking at the same rose. "That's what roses do. They offer beauty and they draw blood. Both together, always." She reached out her own hand, showing Kenta the small scars on her fingers. "I tend these roses sometimes. Each scar is from a moment of reaching for beauty and finding the thorn instead. Or finding both at once. Why leave them wild like this?" Kenta asked. "The gardeners could trim them, train them, make them safer." "Safer, yes," Master Takara agreed. "But would they still be roses? Part of what makes them beautiful is their wildness, their refusal to be completely tamed. The thorns are not separate from the flower. They're part of the same plant, the same life." She touched a petal with obvious affection. "Life is like this rose, Kenta. It offers us moments of incredible beauty. Love, joy, wonder, peace. And it also offers us pain, loss, disappointment, grief, difficulty. We spend so much energy trying to have one without the other, trying to pluck the flower and leave the thorns behind. But it doesn't work that way. So we just accept being hurt. We accept that beauty and pain often come together," the master replied. "We don't seek pain, but we don't let fear of thorns keep us from reaching for flowers either. The question isn't how to avoid all thorns. The question is whether we're willing to risk the prick for the sake of the bloom." Kenta looked at his finger, the blood already drying. Such a small wound, really. Barely worth noticing. And in exchange, he'd gotten to touch that perfect flower, breathe that intoxicating scent. "I've been trying to practice perfectly," he admitted. "Never making mistakes, never feeling anything difficult, always staying calm and controlled. But It's exhausting. And I'm not sure it's working. Master Takara smiled with understanding. You're trying to be a rose with no thorns. But such a thing doesn't exist. The thorns are part of how the rose protects itself, how it maintains boundaries, how it stays wild and alive. Without them, it would be something else. Maybe still beautiful, but not a rose. They walked together through the wild garden. Roses sprawled everywhere, some in full bloom, others just budding, a few already fading to brown at the edges. Petals littered the ground in patterns that looked almost intentional. My teacher used to say that enlightenment isn't found by avoiding the thorns, Master Takara said. It's found in learning to hold the whole rose. Beauty and danger, joy and sorrow, peace and difficulty, all of it together, not grasping one part and rejecting the other. She paused beside a white rose, its petals luminous in the afternoon light. When you taste tea during ceremony, what do you notice? The flavor, Kenta said. Sometimes sweet, sometimes bitter. And both together, really. The sweetness is better because of the slight bitterness. They balance each other. Exactly, the master said. The bitter enhances the sweet. They're not opposites fighting each other. They're partners in creating the full experience of tea. She turned to face him directly. Your practice will have sweet moments, days when meditation feels effortless, when understanding comes easily, when everything flows. And it will have bitter moments. Days when you struggle, when nothing makes sense, when you question everything. Both are necessary. Both teach you. Both are the rose. Over the following months, Kenta's relationship with practice changed. He stopped trying to edit out the difficult parts and started seeing them as essential to the whole. When meditation was hard, he didn't assume he was doing it wrong. When doubts arose, he didn't try to force them away. He learned to hold it all. The ease and the struggle, the clarity and the confusion, the moments of deep peace and the moments of restless agitation. Like the rose holding both flower and thorn, he practiced holding all of it without needing to choose. One day, Master Takara found him in the wild garden again, this time deliberately working with the roses despite the thorns. He was pruning carefully, getting scratched occasionally, but not stopping. You learned the lesson, she observed. I'm learning it, Kenta corrected. Every day, the rose teaches me again. Reach for beauty, accept the cost. Don't let fear of thorns keep me from the flower. Don't let the thorns make me resent the flower. The master nodded with satisfaction. The practice isn't about eliminating the bitter to have only sweet. It's about developing the capacity to taste both fully, to let them enhance each other, to accept the whole rose exactly as it is. The rose and the thorn reveal something we often resist. Life doesn't come in separate packages of good and bad. They're woven together, inseparable, each giving meaning to the other. Kenta's initial approach reflects how many of us engage with spiritual practice. We want the good parts, the peace and clarity and joy, without any of the difficult parts. We think enlightenment means transcending struggle, moving beyond pain into some realm of constant bliss. But Master Takara's teaching cuts through this misunderstanding. The rose doesn't apologize for its thorns. They're not a mistake or a flaw in the design. They're essential to what a rose is. When we try to have beauty without danger, sweetness without bitterness, joy without sorrow, we're trying to hold half a rose. It doesn't work. Life insists on presenting itself whole. The tea ceremony metaphor illuminates this beautifully. The slight bitterness in tea doesn't ruin the sweetness. It makes the sweetness more interesting, more complex, more real. Without the bitter notes, the sweet would become cloying, one-dimensional. This applies to all experience. The difficult moments in your life aren't preventing you from finding peace. They're part of the texture that makes peace meaningful. Joy feels deeper because you know sorrow. Rest feels sweeter because you know fatigue. Clarity shines brighter against the background of confusion. Master Takara's invitation is to stop fighting for an edited version of life and start engaging with the whole. This doesn't mean seeking out pain or difficulty. It means not letting fear of thorns keep you from reaching for the flowers that nourish you. The rose holds both without conflict. The same plant produces the soft petal and the sharp thorn. It doesn't divide itself into good and bad parts. It's just rose, complete, whole, exactly as it is. When you can hold your own experience this way, meeting both pleasure and pain with the same fundamental acceptance, something shifts. Not that everything becomes easy, but you stop wasting energy fighting against half of reality. Kenta discovered that the difficult moments in practice weren't signs of failure. They were the thorns that come with the flower of growth. Without them, the beauty would be shallow, untested, more aesthetic than real. This teaching brings a deep ease. Not the ease of having everything go your way, but the ease of meeting whatever comes without needing it to be different. The rose doesn't wish its thorns away. It simply is what it is, beautiful and dangerous, soft and sharp, giving and protecting. On a hillside overlooking the sea, where the land rose steep and rocky before dropping away to cliffs, there stood an old shrine that few people visited anymore. The path to reach it had grown over with grass, the stone steps cracked and uneven with age. Naoki had been climbing these steps for 3 nights in a row, drawn by something he couldn't quite name. He was a merchant's son, expected to take over the family business, but lately nothing felt right. Like he was missing some essential piece of himself that he needed to find before he could move forward. Tonight was the full moon. He'd heard the old stories about how the full moon seen from this hill could show you what you'd been searching for. Probably just superstition, but he'd tried everything else. The climb took longer than he expected. By the time he reached the shrine at the top, he was breathing hard and his legs ached. But the view made him forget the effort immediately. The ocean spread below him, vast and dark, with moonlight painting a silver path across the water. Above, the moon hung huge and round, so bright it cast shadows. And everywhere he looked, that silver light transformed the ordinary world into something otherworldly. Naoki found a flat rock near the shrine and Saturday. The stone was still warm from the day's Sunday. He could hear waves breaking against the cliffs far below, a steady rhythm that matched his breathing. He looked up at the moon, perfectly round, completely itself, not trying to be anything other than what it was. Something about that wholeness struck him. The moon wasn't questioning itself, wasn't wondering if it should be brighter or positioned differently in the sky. It just was. Complete. Entire. Lacking nothing. When had he last felt that way? Complete in himself, not reaching for something outside to fill a gap inside. He sat with that question for a long time, The moon moved slowly across the sky, the angle of light changing subtly, but the moon itself remaining exactly what it was. Footsteps on the path made him turn. An old woman was climbing the last few steps to the shrine, moving slowly but steadily. She carried a small bundle of incense and a cloth bag. "Good evening," she said when she noticed him. Her voice was surprisingly strong for her age. "You're here for the moon too?" "I suppose I am," Naoki replied. She smiled and moved to the shrine, lighting her incense with practiced movements. The sweet smoke drifted on the night breeze. When she finished her prayers, she came to sit on a rock near Naoki. "I come every full moon," she said. "Have for 40 years since my husband died. There's something about the full moon that reminds me of what's real." "What do you mean?" She looked up at the moon, her weathered face peaceful. "The moon is always whole. Even when we can't see all of it, when it appears as a crescent or half, it's still entirely itself. The wholeness never goes away. Only our view of it changes." Naoki felt something stir in his chest. "So we're like that too?" "That's what I've learned," the old woman said. "We feel incomplete, like something's missing, like we need to find or achieve or become something before we're whole. But it's just the angle we're looking from. We're already complete. We just can't always see it." She opened her cloth bag and pulled out 2 rice balls wrapped in leaves. "Are you hungry?" "I always bring extra." They ate together in comfortable silence, watching the moon continue its journey across the sky. The rice was simple but good, flavored with salt and sesame. "I've been feeling lost," Naoki admitted. "Like there's something I'm supposed to find or do or be, but I don't know what it is. Everything feels wrong." The old woman nodded. "I felt that way after my husband died. Like half of me was gone, and I needed to find it somewhere. I searched for years. Tried to fill the emptiness with work, with helping others, with pilgrimages to sacred places. Nothing worked." "What changed?" "The moon taught me," she said simply. "One night I was sitting right here, feeling sorry for myself, and I looked up at the full moon, and I realized it wasn't giving me anything. It wasn't filling my emptiness. It was just reflecting back what was already there." She gestured to the ocean below, where the moon's reflection trembled on the water. "See that? The moon is reflecting on the water, but the reflection isn't the moon. The moon is still up there, complete and whole, regardless of what appears on the water's surface." "I don't understand." "You're looking for completeness in reflections," she explained. "In achievements, relationships, possessions, experiences. Those are like the moon's reflection on water. Beautiful, but they're not the actual moon. The completeness you're seeking is already in you. It's what you are, not what you need to find." Naoki looked up at the moon again. Whole. Complete. Not seeking anything, not lacking anything. Just being fully what it was. "How do I know that's true?" he asked. "How do I feel that completeness when everything tells me I'm not enough?" The old woman was quiet for a moment. "What's here right now, in this moment?" "You're breathing. Your heart is beating. You're aware of the moon, the ocean, me sitting here with you. Is anything missing from this moment itself?" Naoki scanned his present experience. The warmth of the stone beneath him. The cool night air, the sound of waves, the light of the moon, his own quiet presence, witnessing all of it. Nothing was missing. The moment was complete exactly as it was. And he was part of that completeness, not separate from it. "I see what you mean," he said quietly. "That seeing is enough," the old woman replied. "You don't have to hold on to it or make it permanent. Just knowing it's possible changes everything. The completeness is always here, even when you lose sight of it, like the full moon behind clouds." They sat together until the moon began to set toward the ocean horizon. When the old woman stood to leave, she touched his shoulder gently. "Come back next month if you want. The moon will be full again, and I'll be here. But you don't need to come back to be complete. You already are." After she left, Naoki stayed until the moon touched the ocean, spreading liquid silver across the waves. He felt different, lighter, not because he'd found what he was looking for, but because he'd realized there was nothing to find. It had been here all along. When he descended the hill in the pre-dawn darkness, the world looked the same, but he saw it differently. The incompleteness he'd been carrying was just a story, a way of seeing. The truth was simpler. He was already whole. He'd always been whole. He just kept forgetting to notice. The full moon teaches something that runs counter to almost everything we're told about ourselves. We grow up learning that we're incomplete, that we need to acquire things, achieve things, become things before we're enough. This creates a constant sense of lack. Something's always missing. Some piece we need to find before we can finally rest, finally be okay, finally feel whole. But what if that's backwards? What if the incompleteness is learned, not fundamental? What if you're already whole, already complete, and the only problem is that you've been taught not to see it? The old woman's distinction between the moon and its reflection cuts to the heart of this. We spend our lives chasing reflections. If I get this job, this relationship, this achievement, then I'll be complete. But these are just reflections, temporary appearances on the surface of things. They can't give you wholeness, because wholeness isn't something you can acquire from outside. This isn't about giving up on goals or pretending you don't have genuine needs. It's about recognizing that beneath all the striving and seeking, there's already a fundamental okayness. You're already here, already alive, already aware. That's complete in itself. Naoki's realization came when he checked his present moment experience directly. Not his thoughts about the past or future, but the actual felt sense of being here now. And he found nothing missing. The moment itself was whole. This is what Zen Buddhism points to when it talks about original nature or Buddha nature. Before you learned to feel incomplete, before you started believing something was wrong with you, there was just this: awareness, presence, being, already complete. The moon behind clouds remains full even when we can't see it. Your fundamental completeness remains true even when you lose touch with it. The clouds of thought, the stories about what you lack, they don't change what's true underneath. They just temporarily hide it from view. This teaching brings a profound relief. You can stop waiting to become worthy. You can stop postponing okayness until you fix everything. The wholeness you seek isn't at the end of a long journey. It's here, now, available in the simple recognition of what's already true. In a valley where mist gathered thick each morning, there was a temple known for keeping a sacred flame. The flame had burned continuously for 300 years, tended by generations of monks who took turns feeding it fuel and protecting it from wind and rain. Shin was the youngest monk tasked with flame-keeping duty. It wasn't glamorous work. It meant waking in the middle of the night to add wood. It meant sitting in the flame room during cold winters and hot summers, watching to make sure nothing went wrong. It meant treating this one small fire as if it were the most important thing in the world. Some nights, watching the flame flicker and dance, Shin wondered what the point was. Why keep this one fire burning? What difference did it make? Master Yoshi found him on such a night, sitting by the flame looking discouraged. Trouble? The old teacher asked. I don't understand why we do this, Shin admitted. Keeping one fire lit for 300 years. So much effort for something that seems so small. Master Yoshi settled himself near the flame, holding his hands toward its warmth. Tell me, what keeps this flame burning? I do. We do. The monks who tend it. And what did the flame need from you tonight? Wood, air, attention. And if you stopped giving it these things, it would die, Shin said. So the flame depends entirely on your care, Master Yoshi observed. But what does your care depend on? Shin thought about this. My commitment, my attention, my willingness to keep showing up. And where does that commitment come from? I don't know anymore. That's the problem. Master Yoshi smiled. Let me ask differently. What happens in you when you feed the flame? What do you feel? Shin paid attention to his own experience. When he added wood to the fire, when he watched it catch and flare brighter, what did he feel? A quiet satisfaction, a sense of purpose, connection to something larger than himself. I feel like I'm part of something, he said slowly. Something that started before me and will continue after me. The flame connects me to all the monks who've tended it before. Yes, Master Yoshi said. And what else? Shin watched the flame closely. It never stayed the same. Always moving, changing, responding to each new piece of wood. Alive in a way that felt almost conscious. The flame teaches me, he realized. About attention. About constancy. About how small, steady efforts add up to something that lasts. Now you're beginning to understand, the master said. The flame isn't just something you tend. It's something that tends you. You feed it wood. It feeds you wisdom. You give it attention. It gives you purpose. You protect it from going out. It protects you from feeling empty. Shin felt something click into place. So, we're tending each other. All living things do this, Master Yoshi replied. Trees give us shade and oxygen. We protect trees by planting and caring for them. Rivers provide water. We keep rivers clean. Everything tends everything else. Nothing exists alone. He gestured to the flame. This fire is your teacher in how to tend your own inner flame. The one that makes you feel alive, connected, purposeful. That flame also needs feeding. Also needs protection from wind and rain. Also needs someone to wake up in the middle of the night and add fuel when it's burning low. How do I feed that flame? Shin asked. The same way you feed this one. With attention. With small, consistent acts. With showing up even when you don't feel like it. With remembering why it matters. Over the months that followed, Shin's relationship with flamekeeping changed. He stopped seeing it as a duty and started experiencing it as a practice. The outer flame became a mirror for his inner flame. When he felt his energy low, his purpose dimming, he would come sit by the fire and remember small fuel, steady tending, constant attention. That's all it took to keep something burning across centuries. He began to notice his inner flame more carefully. What fed it? Time in meditation. Conversations with fellow monks. Moments of quiet in the early morning. Acts of service. Learning something new. These were his fuel. What threatened it? Exhaustion without rest. Comparison with others. Forgetting his purpose. Letting criticism from his own mind blow cold winds on his warmth. These he learned to protect against, the way he protected the outer flame from drafts. One evening, Master Yoshi found him tending the flame with obvious care and attention. "You understand now," the master observed. "I understand that keeping the flame alive keeps me alive," Shin replied. "Not physically, but in the way that matters. It reminds me to tend my own light, to feed what makes me feel connected and purposeful. And when your flame burns low, I remember this one, how it's been kept burning for 300 years by people who showed up, and paid attention. I can do the same for myself." The master nodded with satisfaction. The flame will teach you for the rest of your life. Every time you feed it, you'll remember to feed yourself. Every time you protect it, you'll remember what you need protection from. Every time you watch it burn steady and bright, you'll remember what's possible when something is truly tended. Years later, when Shin became the master of flamekeeping and taught younger monks, he would tell them, "This isn't about keeping one small fire alive. It's about learning what it takes to keep anything alive. Your joy, your purpose, your sense of connection. These are flames too. They need the same care, the same attention, the same steady tending." The sacred flame reveals something essential about what it means to be alive and aware. We talk about keeping our spirits up, maintaining our energy, staying connected to matters. But we rarely think about this as an active practice, something that requires consistent tending. The relationship between Shin and the flame shows how outer practices can illuminate inner realities. The fire isn't just a symbol. It's an actual teacher demonstrating through its behavior what's true about all living things. Master Yoshi's insight that the flame tends Shin as much as Shin tends the flame points to a fundamental truth. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything lives in relationship, giving and receiving, tending and being tended. When you care for something beyond yourself, you discover that care flowing back to you in unexpected ways. The question about what feeds your inner flame is worth sitting with. Not in an abstract way, but practically. What actually makes you feel alive? What activities, relationships, practices leave you feeling more connected to yourself and the world? These are your fuel. They deserve the same careful attention Shin gave to choosing wood for the sacred fire. And what threatens your flame? What leaves you feeling drained, disconnected, diminished? Not everything that threatens your flame can be avoided, but you can protect yourself the way Shin protected the fire from wind and rain. Sometimes protection means saying no. Sometimes it means creating boundaries. Sometimes it means simply recognizing what depletes you so you can add extra fuel afterward. The image of the 300-year flame offers hope. What seems impossible to maintain forever becomes possible through small, consistent tending. You don't have to keep your inner light burning bright every single moment. You just have to not let it go out completely. You just have to show up with more fuel when it's burning low. This is what spiritual practice actually looks like. Not grand gestures or dramatic transformations, but small acts of tending repeated over time. A few minutes of quiet each morning. A moment of gratitude before sleeping. Choosing one thing that feeds your flame instead of depletes it. These small fuels add up. Shin's realization that keeping the flame alive keeps him alive touches the deepest purpose of practice. We tend our inner light not as one more obligation, not to achieve some distant goal, but because the tending itself is how we stay truly alive. How we remain connected to what matters. How we keep the warmth of mold. The flame teaches constancy without rigidity. It's always burning, but it's never the same fire twice. Each moment it's consuming new fuel, creating new light, responding to new conditions. This is how you can be both steady and alive, committed and responsive, constant and always new. When your inner flame burns low, remember Shin tending the sacred fire. Remember that 300 years of light came from people showing up, adding fuel, paying attention. You can do this too. Not perfectly, not without the flame occasionally dimming, but steadily enough that the light never goes out completely. In a temple garden where ancient maple trees grew, autumn had come early that year. The leaves were turning brilliant shades of red and gold, and each day the ground became more thickly carpeted with them. Akane had been assigned to keep the garden paths clear. It was her responsibility, and she took it seriously. Every morning she would sweep the paths clean, gathering the fallen leaves into neat piles. But by afternoon, more leaves would fall. By evening, the paths looked as if she'd never touched them. It was maddening. She would sweep the same path 3, 4, 5 times a day. The moment she finished, more leaves would drift down, undoing her work. She began to resent the trees, resent the wind, resent autumn itself for making her task impossible. One afternoon, after sweeping the main path for the 4th time that day, Akane stood leaning on her broom, breathing hard with frustration. As she watched, 3 more leaves detached from the branches above and spiraled down, landing precisely where she'd just swept. She wanted to scream. "The trees are not your enemy," a voice said. Master Isamu stood nearby, so still she hadn't noticed him. The old teacher had a way of appearing when you needed him most, or maybe when you least wanted to be observed. "They won't stop dropping leaves," Akane said, trying to keep the anger out of her voice. "I sweep and sweep, and it makes no difference." "Come sit with me," Master Isamu said, gesturing to a bench beneath one of the maples. "Just for a moment. Leave the broom." Reluctantly, Akane set down her broom and joined him. The bench was covered with leaves. She started to brush them off, but the master stopped her with a gentle hand. "Let them be. Sit anyway." They sat on the leaf-covered bench, looking up at the branches. The afternoon light filtered through, turning the remaining leaves into stained glass. "What do you see?" Master Isamu asked. "Leaves. Thousands of them, all waiting to fall and make more work for me." "Look at how they fall," the master suggested. "Really watch." Akane watched. A leaf released from a high branch, spinning as it fell. It didn't drop straight down, but danced on the air, turning this way and that, taking its time on the journey to Earth. Another followed, then another, each one falling in its own way, at its own pace. "The tree isn't pushing them away," Master Isamu observed. "The leaves aren't clinging to stay. When the time comes, the connection simply releases. Natural as breathing." Akane watched the leaf let go. One moment attached, the next falling. No struggle, no resistance. Just release. "I'm trying to hold back autumn," she said quietly. "You're trying to hold back change," the master replied. "Trying to make things stay as you want them. But the leaves teach something else. They show how to let go when the time comes. Not before, not after. Just when the season turns. But my job is to keep the paths clear." "Yes. And the leaves' job is to fall. Both are true. Both are necessary. The question is whether you can do your job without resenting the leaves for doing theirs." They sat in silence, watching more leaves descend. Akane noticed something she'd missed before. The trees themselves seemed peaceful, unconcerned with losing their leaves. They didn't grip tighter or try to keep what was ready to go. They just let each leaf release when its time came. "I've been holding on to everything too tight," Akane said. "Not just the clean paths. Everything. Trying to keep things exactly as they are, getting upset when anything changes." "And how does that feel?" Master Isamu asked. "Exhausting. Yes. Fighting change is always exhausting. It's like trying to tell the tree to keep its leaves through winter. The tree knows better. When the season turns, holding on becomes suffering. Letting go becomes freedom." Over the next few days, Akane swept the paths as before, but her relationship to the work changed. She stopped seeing each new fallen leaf as a personal affront. They were just leaves, doing what leaves do. She was just a sweeper, doing what sweepers do. Both following their nature, neither in conflict. She began to enjoy the falling, the way leaves spiraled down like dancers, the soft sound they made landing, the rich smell of them piled in corners. She swept because that was her task, not because she believed she could stop autumn. One morning, Master Isamu found her sitting on the bench, watching leaves fall, her broom resting beside her. "Slacking?" he asked with a smile. "Learning," she replied. "The trees are teaching me how to let go. I thought I needed to control everything, keep everything in place. But watching them release these leaves so easily, I'm learning it's okay to let things change. To let things end when their time comes." "And you're sweeping?" "I still sweep. But I'm not fighting the leaves anymore. I'm just doing my part while they do theirs. It's actually peaceful now." The master nodded. "This is wisdom. Not controlling the seasons, but moving with them. Not resisting change, but recognizing when it's time to release what you've been holding." As autumn deepened, Akane found herself applying this lesson beyond the garden. When difficult emotions arose, she didn't cling to them or fight them away. She let them come and go like falling leaves. When plans didn't work out, she released them more easily, trusting that they'd fallen for a reason. When relationships changed, she practiced the tree's wisdom. Connection is beautiful and release is natural. The garden path still needed sweeping. The leaves still fell. But Akane had stopped fighting autumn and learned to dance with it instead. The falling leaves teach what might be the hardest lesson in being human, the art of letting go. We spend so much energy trying to hold things in place. Relationships that have run their course. Jobs that no longer fit. Versions of ourselves we've outgrown. We grip tight, afraid that letting go means losing something essential. But watch a tree in autumn. It doesn't diminish itself by releasing its leaves. It doesn't become less than it was. The letting go is part of its nature, part of the cycle that allows new growth when spring returns. Akane's struggle was thinking she could prevent change through sheer effort. But fighting change doesn't stop it. It only exhausts you. The leaves fall whether you resent them or welcome them. The only question is how much you suffer in the process. Master Isamu's teaching points to something subtle. Letting go isn't giving up or being passive. It's recognizing when holding on has become suffering. The tree knows this instinctively. When the season turns, when the connection between branch and leaf has served its purpose, release becomes natural. We can develop this same wisdom, not letting go of everything indiscriminately, but learning to sense when we're gripping something past its time. When the effort to maintain what was is preventing what wants to become. The peace Akane found came not from getting the trees to stop dropping leaves, but from accepting that falling is what leaves do. She could sweep without resenting the nature of things. She could do her work without needing reality to be different than it is. This acceptance doesn't mean you stop caring or cease your efforts. Akane still swept the paths, but she swept in harmony with autumn rather than in opposition to it. She did her part without demanding that the world stop doing its part. Think about what you might be holding too tightly. What are you trying to preserve past its natural season? What would it feel like to release your grip just slightly, to let things change and shift and fall away when their time comes? The trees show that letting go can be graceful, not a violent ripping away, but a gentle release when the connection has naturally dissolved. This is how endings can be when we stop fighting them. Natural, peaceful, making space for whatever comes next. In a valley monastery known for its demanding practices, there lived a young monk named Daiki who had been training for 5 years. He meditated for hours each day. He studied the ancient texts until his eyes ached. He performed every ritual with exacting precision. He barely slept, afraid that rest meant slacking in his spiritual pursuit. Other monks seemed peaceful, settled in their practice. But Daiki felt farther from enlightenment than when he'd started. The harder he tried, the more elusive peace became. It was like chasing a shadow. The faster he ran toward it, the faster it fled. He was exhausted. His body ached from long meditation sessions in rigid posture. His mind spun with concepts and techniques and frameworks for understanding. He had notebooks full of insights, plans for practice, goals for realization. But actual peace? That remained out of reach. One evening, unable to sit still for another moment, Daiki walked out to the edge of the monastery grounds where a small stream ran. He sat on a rock by the water, his whole body tense with frustration. Master Kaito found him there, hunched over, head in his hands. "Daiki," the old teacher said gently, "you look worse than when you arrived 5 years ago." "I'm trying so hard, Master," Daiki said, looking up with red-rimmed eyes. "I practice more than anyone. I study longer, meditate deeper, push myself harder. But I'm not getting anywhere. What am I doing wrong?" Master Kaito sat on a nearby rock. "Show me how you meditate." Daiki immediately straightened his spine, arranged his legs in perfect posture, controlled his breathing with careful counts, and forced his face into an expression of serene concentration. Every muscle in his body was tight with effort. "And how long do you sit like this?" the master asked. 4 hours each morning, 3 each evening." "How does it feel?" "Painful, exhausting, but I thought that's what practice requires. Discipline, effort, pushing through resistance." Master Kaito was quiet for a long moment, watching the stream flow past. "Do you see that water?" "Yes." "Is it trying to flow?" Daiki looked at the stream. The water moved effortlessly over rocks, around roots, following the path of least resistance. It wasn't straining or forcing. It just flowed, because that's what water does. "No," Daiki admitted. "It's just flowing." "And does it reach the ocean?" "Eventually, yes." "Through trying hard?" "Through following its nature." Master Kaito nodded. "For 5 years, you've been trying to force yourself into enlightenment, trying to create peace through effort. But peace isn't something you achieve through struggle. It's what remains when you stop struggling." "But surely practice requires effort," Daiki protested. "I can't just do nothing. There's a difference between true practice and trying too hard," the master said. "True practice is like the stream. It follows its natural course with full presence, but without strain. What you're doing is like building a dam and then wondering why you feel blocked." He gestured to Daiki's rigid posture. "Even now, sitting here talking with me, you're trying so hard to be a good student that you can't simply be present. Every part of you is working to achieve some idea of what you should be. Can you feel how exhausting that is?" Daiki felt it. The constant monitoring, adjusting, striving. He was never just here. He was always measuring himself against some imagined ideal, always pushing towards something just out of reach. What if you stopped trying for just a moment? Master Kaito suggested. Not stopped practicing. Stopped trying to make practice happen. Just let yourself be here, by this stream, exactly as you are. That feels like giving up. Does the stream give up when it stops forcing? Daiki didn't know how to let go of trying. It was so deeply ingrained. But he was exhausted enough to experiment. He let his shoulders drop, stopped controlling his breathing, released his rigid posture, let his face relax into its natural expression. Immediately, he felt like he was doing it wrong, like he'd failed. But he stayed with it anyway, letting himself be exactly as he was in that moment. Tired, frustrated, confused, not trying to be peaceful, just allowing what was actually here. And in that small release of trying, something shifted. The stream kept flowing. Birds called in the trees. His breath moved in and out by itself. Everything was already happening without his effort to make it happen. I've been working so hard to become peaceful that I never noticed peace was already here, Daiki said quietly. Not in me, but as me. As everything. I just kept covering it up with my trying. Yes, Master Kaito said. The trying is what prevents what you're trying to achieve. It's like digging a hole to find the ground. The ground is already here. The digging just makes it harder to see. Over the following weeks, Daiki's practice transformed. He still meditated, but without trying to force some special state. He still studied, but without grasping for knowledge. He still practiced rituals, but without the desperate hope that this time, finally, they would deliver enlightenment. The change was subtle but profound. Instead of exhausting himself reaching for peace, he learned to notice the peace that was already present beneath his reaching. Instead of trying to become someone worthy of awakening, he started recognizing the awareness that was already awake, already here, already whole. Master Kaito watched this transformation with quiet satisfaction. One morning, finding Daiki sitting by the stream with an expression of simple presence, the teacher smiled. "Better?" he asked. "So much better," Daiki replied. "I stopped trying to arrive somewhere I already am. The stream taught me that. It's always already at every point on its journey to the ocean. It doesn't wait until it reaches the sea to be truly flowing. And you? I'm already what I was trying to become. I just kept missing it because I was too busy trying." Daiki's exhausting search reveals a paradox at the heart of spiritual practice. The trying itself often becomes the obstacle. We work so hard to achieve peace that the very effort prevents peace from being recognized. This doesn't mean practice has no place or that effort is always wrong. It means we need to understand what we're actually doing. Are we creating conditions for recognition, or are we trying to manufacture an experience through force? The stream flows without trying to flow. Birds sing without effort to be musical. Your heart beats, your lungs breathe, your body digests food, all without your conscious effort. Life knows how to live itself. Awareness knows how to be aware. The trying gets in the way. Master Kaito's question about the stream points to this. Water doesn't reach the ocean through exhausting effort. It reaches the ocean by following its nature, taking the path that opens, moving with rather than against what is. The reaching is already the arriving, every moment of the journey. Daiki's 5 years of struggle came from believing he needed to become something other than what he was. He needed to achieve special states, gain special insights, transform into someone worthy of peace. But this is backwards. Peace isn't the reward for becoming perfect. Peace is what you are beneath the trying to be perfect. When he finally let go, when he stopped forcing and simply allowed himself to be exactly as he was in that moment, tired and frustrated and confused, something essential could be recognized. Not because he'd achieved anything, but because he'd stopped preventing the recognition through his trying. This is what Zen teachers mean when they say you already have what you're seeking. Not that you shouldn't practice, but that practice isn't about acquiring something absent. It's about removing the obstacles to seeing what's already present. The image of digging a hole to find the ground captures this perfectly. The ground is right here, always has been. The digging just keeps you too busy to notice. When you stop digging, when you simply stand still, the ground reveals itself as what you've been standing on all along. Think about your own striving. Where are you trying too hard? Where has effort become a barrier rather than a bridge? What might be revealed if you stopped trying to make something happen and simply allowed what's already here to be recognized? This doesn't mean abandoning all effort or becoming passive. It means distinguishing between the effort that opens and the effort that closes. Between practice that creates space for recognition and trying that fills that space with more doing. Daichi still meditated after his realization. But the meditation changed from trying to force peace to simply being present with what was already here. From performance to recognition. From achievement to allowing. The peace he found wasn't something new that his trying finally created. It was what had been here all along, patiently waiting beneath the noise of his desperate seeking. Like the ground beneath the hole he'd been frantically digging. When you recognize this for yourself, even for a moment, everything shifts. Not because you've finally gotten somewhere, but because you've realized you were always already here. The trying can dissolve because there's nowhere to get to. The striving can ease because there's nothing to become. You can simply be what you already are, which is already enough, already whole, already home. These ancient teachings from Zen Buddhism point to something simple beneath all their varied forms. The peace you seek isn't distant. The wholeness you long for isn't absent. The freedom you pursue isn't waiting at the end of some long journey. Everything these stories have touched, from mountains and caves to bamboo and lotus flowers, from gardens and rivers to eagles and flames, they all point to the same truth. What you seek is already here, already you, already complete. Not because you've earned it or achieved it, but because it's your fundamental nature, temporarily hidden beneath layers of seeking and striving and believing something's wrong. The mountain showed that peace doesn't depend on perfect conditions. The cave revealed the sacred space inside yourself. The bamboo taught stability rooted in strength. The lotus demonstrated beauty emerging from mud. The garden showed harmony between order and chaos. The still river revealed peace that holds movement within itself. The eagle offered perspective that sees without being caught. The rose held both beauty and thorn in the same embrace. The moon reflected your completeness exactly as you are. The flame illuminated what it means to tend what matters. The falling leaves taught the grace of letting go. The stream showed that trying prevents the natural flow you're trying to create. Each teaching, each story, each moment of recognition points toward the same understanding. You're already home. You've always been home. The journey was never about getting somewhere else. It was about recognizing where you've always been. As you settle now into this moment, you might let all the seeking dissolve. Let all the trying ease. Let all the questions about whether you're doing it right simply fall away like autumn leaves from a tree that knows its nature. You don't need to hold on to these teachings. They've already done their work simply by being heard. Like seeds planted in good soil, they'll grow in their own time, in their own way, without your effort to make them grow. What remains now is simple. You're here, breathing, aware. The day is complete. Tomorrow hasn't arrived. Everything that needed to happen has happened. Everything that needs to happen will happen in its own time. You can rest now, not because you've finished everything, not because you've achieved some special state, But because rest is your natural condition when you stop preventing it, let your body settle into its support. Let your breath find its own rhythm. Let your mind be however it wants to be, busy or quiet, active or still. None of it needs to be different. The awareness that's been with you through all these stories, the one that's been listening and understanding, that awareness doesn't need to sleep. It's always here, always awake in its own way, always holding everything in its vast acceptance. You can rest in that awareness. You can let it hold you the way the earth holds the mountain, the way the lake holds the lotus, the way the sky holds the eagle. Completely, safely, with infinite patience. There's nowhere else you need to be. Nothing else you need to figure out. No problem that requires solving right now. Everything can wait until morning. Everything can rest. And in this rest, you join countless others who have discovered what these teachings point toward. The simple peace of being exactly what you are, exactly where you are, exactly as you are. May you rest deeply. May you wake refreshed. May you carry the peace you've touched here into whatever tomorrow brings. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Sleepy Monk. Tonight, we will explore a collection of stories and ancient teachings from the Zen Buddhist tradition. We will look at what happens when we loosen our grip on what we think we know, when we learn to see the people we love with fresh eyes, and when we let ourselves rest in the quiet mystery of simply being alive. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you are listening from. There is an old teaching that says we are like the ocean. Not the waves on the surface, not the ripples that come and go. We are the ocean itself. Vast, patient, and always whole. And yet, so often, we forget. We get caught up in the small waves of our thinking and our worrying, and we mistake those waves for everything there is. Tonight, through tales and quiet reflections, we will discover, gently, that every time we let go of something familiar, something peaceful and wide is already here, waiting for us. There is no effort needed, just your willingness to listen and to let these words carry you the way water carries a leaf. So settle in, let your body soften, let your breath find its own rhythm, and when you are ready, let us begin this journey together. There is a saying, often shared in the old monasteries, that goes something like this: the fish in the lake does not know it lives in water. It has never known anything else. The water is so close, so constant, so everywhere, that it has become invisible. And so the fish swims through its days believing that what it sees is all there is. In many ways, we are like that fish. We swim through our routines, our habits, our familiar thoughts, and we rarely stop to wonder whether the life we are living is the whole of life, or just a small corner of something much larger. The Buddha once spoke of how rare and precious it is to be born as a human being. He compared it to a blind turtle swimming in a vast ocean, surfacing once every 100 years, and somehow placing its head through a single golden ring floating on the surface. That is how unlikely this life is, he said. That is how precious this moment is. And yet, most of us move through our days as if we had an endless supply of them. We settle into the familiar. We build our routines. We arrange our small comforts around us. And slowly, Without even noticing, the world gets a little smaller. Tonight, let us explore a story about three fish and the very different choices they made when the world they knew began to change. Once, long ago, there was a lake. It was not a grand lake. It was simply a lake, tucked between green hills, fed by a small stream that came down from the mountains. The water was clear and cool. Reeds grew along the edges. In the mornings, mist would rise from the surface and hang softly over the water, and in the evenings, the sky would turn warm and the whole lake would go quiet. It was a peaceful place. In this lake, there lived three fish. The first fish was wise. Not wise in the way of knowing many things, but wise in the way of paying attention. It noticed small changes in the water. It watched the birds and understood what their movements meant. It had a willingness to see things as they were, even when what it saw was uncomfortable. The second fish was clever. It could think its way through most problems, but it had a habit of seeing what needed to be done and then hesitating, waiting for a better moment, a clearer sign, a little more certainty before acting. The third fish was a creature of comfort. It loved the lake. It loved the familiar stones along the bottom, the way the light fell through the water at noon. It could not imagine being anywhere else. For a long time, the three fish lived together peacefully. The days passed gently. Nothing seemed to change. But one morning, the wise fish noticed something along the far shore. Figures were moving there, carrying something between them. Something long and thin that caught the light. Nets. The wise fish understood, with a knowing that came from somewhere deeper than thought, that something had changed. The world it knew was no longer safe. For a moment, it thought about swimming to the others, but then a quieter feeling arose. They love this place, it thought. They call it home. If I go to them now, their comfort will weaken my resolve. There is a teaching that says, it is right to love your home, but first ask yourself, where is home, really? And so the wise fish turned toward the narrow stream that connected the lake to the river beyond, and it began to swim. It was not an easy journey. The stream was narrow and shallow in places. The current pushed against it. There were rocks to get around, and stretches where the water barely covered its body. The wise fish grew tired. There were moments when the memory of the lake called to it. Come back, the memory seemed to say. You are comfortable here. You are safe. But the wise fish kept going. Not because it was especially brave, but because it understood that the safety of the lake was no longer real. It was just a memory of safety. And holding on to a memory, no matter how nice it feels, is not the same as being truly alive. The stream widened into a river. The river deepened, and after a long, difficult passage, the wise fish felt something it had never felt before. The water opened up in every direction. There were no edges, no walls, no bottom it could see. It had reached the sea, and in that moment, something inside the wise fish simply let go. All the effort, all the fear, all the holding on. What was left was a feeling so wide and so quiet that there were really no words for it. Just a deep sense of having arrived. Not at a place, but at a truth it had somehow always known. Back in the lake, the second fish watched the wise fish disappear into the stream. And as the ripples settled, it felt a familiar sting. I should have gone, it thought. I saw the same signs. I knew what was coming, but I waited. I turned it over in my mind one too many times. The nets were closer now. The clever fish could see them spreading through the shallows. What can I do? It thought. The stream is too far. The nets are between me and the way out. And then an idea came. A strange one. If I cannot escape by swimming, it thought, perhaps I can escape by stillness. And so the clever fish did something bold. It turned its belly toward the sky and floated to the surface. It let its whole body go limp. It drifted among the reeds and fallen leaves, looking for all the world like a fish whose journey was already over. One of the figures waded over and lifted it from the water. The clever fish felt the grip around its body. Every instinct told it to thrash and fight, but it did not move. It lay perfectly still, trusting its own stillness completely. The figure looked at it, turned it over, and then tossed it aside toward the muddy bank with a shake of the head. The clever fish lay in the wet grass for a few breaths, and then, slowly and carefully, it rolled itself toward the water's edge and slipped back in. It had survived, not through speed or force, but through letting go. There is an old teaching that speaks to this. It says, let go of who you think you are and discover who you have always been. The clever fish had touched the edge of that truth. Not perfectly, but enough to know that surrender is not the same as giving up. Sometimes it is the most courageous thing we can do. And then there was the third fish, the one who loved the lake more than anything. When the nets began to close, it did what many of us do when we feel trapped. It panicked. It darted this way and that, trying to outswim the danger with speed and effort. But the nets were patient. They did not hurry. They just kept closing in, quietly and steadily. And at last, the third fish was caught. It could not move. In that stillness, a single clear thought arose. If I ever find my way free, it thought, I will never again live within the limits of a lake. Next time, the ocean. Next time, I will make the infinite my home. Each of us carries something of all three fish within us. A part that sees clearly and finds the courage to move towards something larger. A part that understands but hesitates. And a part that loves the familiar so much that it would rather stay in a shrinking world than step into the unknown. None of these parts are wrong. They are simply the different voices within us, each doing its best. But there is a quiet invitation in this story. It asks us to notice, gently, where we are living from. To ask ourselves, am I swimming in a lake and calling it the whole ocean? The Buddha taught that we suffer when we cling, when we hold tightly to what is familiar, to our ideas about how things should be. Not because those things are bad, but because they are not the whole of what we are. And when we mistake a small part for the whole, something inside us knows. We feel the walls, even when we cannot name them. There is a line from the Zen tradition that says, the whole moon and the entire sky are reflected in one dewdrop on the grass. The entire sky, held in something so small you could miss it if you were not paying attention. This is how it is with our lives. Each moment, no matter how ordinary, holds something infinite within it. We do not need to escape our lives to find what is vast and open. We only need to stop swimming in circles long enough to feel the depth that is already beneath us. It takes courage to make the infinite our home. Not the courage of grand gestures, but the quiet, ordinary courage of letting go, of softening our grip on what we think we know, of trusting that when we stop clinging to the edges of the lake, we will not be lost. We will be found. The ocean is not a destination. It is what we discover when we finally stop grasping and let ourselves rest in what is already here. Let us pause here for a moment. Notice how you are feeling. Let your breath be soft and easy. And when you are ready, we will continue together. So we have been thinking about lakes and oceans, about the courage it takes to let go of what is small and familiar and trust something larger. And there is perhaps no place where this matters more than in how we see the people closest to us. The Buddha said something very simple about this. He said, in the end, only 3 things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you. How much you loved. Not how much you thought about love. Not how much you planned for it, or worried about it, or tried to get it right. Just how much you loved. And here is the tender part. Most of us want to love the people in our lives well. We really do. But something gets in the way. Something quiet and persistent that we barely notice. We stop seeing them. Not with our eyes. Our eyes still work fine. But somewhere along the way, we replace the living, breathing person in front of us with a story we have written about them. And then, without realizing it, we start relating to the story instead of the person. Let us explore what this looks like. There is a story about 2 people who had been together for a long time. They cared about each other. That was never the question. But somewhere over the years, something had gone quiet between them. A kind of distance had crept in so slowly that neither of them noticed it at first. It was just there one day, like a piece of furniture they had stopped seeing. One of them had been doing a lot of inner work, quietly, on their own, reading, reflecting, sitting with difficult feelings they had avoided for years. And slowly, genuinely, they had changed. They were softer now, more open, more willing to listen without defending themselves. But when they came home each evening and sat across from their partner, something strange kept happening. Their partner would respond to them the way they used to be. The old patterns would surface. The familiar, the same careful distance. It was as if there were 2 of them in the room, the person they actually were, and the older version their partner was still expecting to see. One evening, the one who had changed finally said something about it. They were sitting together after dinner, the house quiet around them. "Can I tell you something?" they said. "Something I have been noticing." "Of course," said their partner. "I feel like you are still talking to the person I was 3 years ago. Like you are waiting for me to react the way I used to. But I am not that person anymore. I have changed. And I think you have not quite noticed." Their partner sat with this for a long time. They did not get defensive. They just sat with it. "I think you might be right," they said finally. "But I do not know how to see you differently. I keep expecting the old version of you. It is like my mind has made a picture of who you are, and I keep looking at the picture instead of looking at you." "Yes," said the one who had changed, gently. "That is exactly what it feels like." There was a silence between them. But it was not the old, uncomfortable kind of silence. It was a new kind. An honest kind. The kind of silence that happens when 2 people are actually seeing each other, maybe for the first time in a very long while. This is such a common thing between people. It happens between old friends, between parents and children who have grown up but are still being treated as if they were small. We build a picture of someone, and then we hold on to that picture long after the person has changed. And here is what makes it so tender. When we keep treating someone as if they are still the person they used to be, it can actually pull them back into those old patterns. Our expectations become a kind of gravity. We draw the people we love back into shapes they have outgrown, not because we mean to, but because we are not paying close enough attention to who they are right now. It is worth sitting with this for a moment. Think of someone in your life, someone you know well. When you bring them to mind, what comes up? Is it them, right now, as they actually are today? Or is it a collection of moments and memories? Things they said once, ways they behaved years ago, a feeling you have carried about them for so long that it has become invisible, like water to a fish. We do this with almost everyone. We carry these little stories around, and the stories sit between us and the actual person like a kind of fog. We see the fog and think we are seeing them. There is a Zen teaching that says, in the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind there are few. We become experts on the people we love. We think we know them so well, and that knowing, that certainty, is exactly what keeps us from seeing them fresh. There is a quieter layer to this, too. It is not just other people we do this with. We do it to ourselves. Think about how many of us carry an old story about who we are. Maybe it is a story about a time we tried something and it did not work out. A job we did not get. A relationship that ended. A moment when we felt we were not enough. And then, because we carry that story, we move through our lives, bracing for it to happen again. We hold back. We play it safe. We do not let ourselves be fully open to this moment, because we are still flinching from a moment that has already passed. There is a story about a person who had once spoken up at an important gathering and been embarrassed by how it went. The words came out wrong. People stared. For years afterwards, every time they were in a room full of people and had something to say, they felt that old tightness rise in their chest. The words would form in their mind, and then the memory would step in front of them, like a guard at a door, and they would stay quiet. It was not that they had nothing to offer. They had a great deal to offer, but the story was louder than the present moment. The echo was louder than the music. The Buddha had a word for this kind of holding. He called it attachment. Not attachment to things, necessarily, but attachment to our ideas about how things are, to our version of the story. And he taught that this attachment, more than almost anything else, is what keeps us from being free. Not because the stories are bad, but because they are old. They are echoes. And we cannot hear what is happening right now if we are still listening to something that ended long ago. There is a story from the Zen tradition about a teacher who would greet the same student every single morning with the same question. Who are you today? At first, the student found this amusing, then annoying. You know who I am, the student said one morning. I have been here for 2 years. You see me every day. The teacher just smiled. I know who you were yesterday, the teacher said. But I do not know who you are today. Neither do you. The student started to argue, but then stopped. Something about it landed. The teacher was not being difficult. The teacher was The student from yesterday was gone. The person standing here this morning was someone new. Someone who had lived one more day, dreamed one more night, and arrived here with a slightly different heart. And if that was true for the student, it was true for everyone. It was true for every person we think we know. There is a way of being with people that the contemplative traditions point to again and again. It is so simple it almost sounds too easy. But it is one of the most powerful things you can do. You bring someone to mind, someone you know well, and then, very gently, you let go of everything you think you know about them. Every opinion, every memory, every expectation. You just let it all soften and fall away, like setting down a bag you have been carrying for a long time. And then you simply hold them in your awareness, not as a character in your story, not as someone who did this or said that, just as a living being. Here, now, as mysterious and unknowable as the ocean. It is a strange thing to do, and when you try it, you might notice something unexpected, a warmth that was not there before, a tenderness, as if, by letting go of your story about them, you have made room for something truer and kinder to take its place. We do not need to understand the people we love. We do not need to figure them out. We just need to keep seeing them, really seeing them, again and again and again. There is a line from an old teaching that goes, "Every being you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about." Be kind. We cannot know what is happening inside another person. We can only be willing to look. And that willingness, that simple, humble willingness to look without knowing, is perhaps the closest thing to love there is. The same ocean we spoke of earlier, the one the wise fish finally reached, is here too. It is in the space between you and the people you care about. Every time you let go of an old story and really see someone, you are stepping out of the lake and into something boundless. Every time you choose curiosity over certainty, softness over judgment, you are making the infinite your home. Not in some far-off, mystical way, but right here, in your kitchen, in your living room, in the quiet moment when someone you love walks through the door, and instead of reaching for the old familiar story, you simply look at them and let yourself be surprised. Let us pause here for a moment. Let your breath settle. Notice whatever is present. And when you are ready, we will continue together. One of the gifts of paying attention, of really being present with the people and moments in our lives, is that we start to notice beauty in places we never thought to look. Not the big, obvious kind of beauty. Not sunsets or mountaintops or the things we put on postcards. Something quieter than that. Something that hides in plain sight, tucked into the most ordinary corners of the most ordinary days. The Zen tradition has a wonderful way of pointing to this. A student once asked a teacher, "Where can I find the sacred?" And the teacher said, "Have you had your breakfast?" The student said, "Yes." "Then wash your bowl," said the teacher. That is it. The whole teaching, right there in a dirty bowl. Let us explore a story about an evening like that. An evening where something extraordinary was hiding inside something completely ordinary. There was a family, a parent and a child, who went out for a late dinner at a small restaurant one evening. They arrived so late that the kitchen was nearly finished for the night. The dining room was almost empty. The staff were beginning to clean up, wiping down tables, stacking chairs. It was that quiet in-between time when a place is not quite closed but not quite open either. They had a simple meal. Nothing special. The kind of dinner you forget about by the next morning. But as they were getting ready to leave, the child stopped in front of a fish tank near the entrance. It was a large tank, softly lit, with a few fish drifting around inside. And one of the fish was different from the others. It had one eye, just one, and it was enormous. It stuck out from the side of its head like a bright, round lantern, taking in everything. The fish was golden, vivid, almost glowing in the soft light of the tank, and it moved through the water with a kind of calm confidence, as if having one great eye instead of two small ones was not a problem at all. As if it was, in fact, a gift. The child pressed close to the glass. "Look at that," the child whispered. "Just that. Look at that." And then something lovely happened. A few of the young staff members noticed the child staring, and they came over. They were cheerful and bright-eyed, and they began to tell the story. "When we first got that fish," one of them said, "it was tiny, and it was black, not golden, and it had two eyes, just like all the others." "What happened?" asked the child. "Well," said another, laughing, "a few days after we put it in the tank, it got into a scrap with one of the bigger fish, and it lost one of its eyes." "Oh no," said the child, pressing closer to the glass. "But wait, said a third, waving a hand. "This is the good part. They were all gathered around the tank now, their cleaning rags forgotten, their faces lit up. About 2 weeks after that, it started to change color. First a little bit gold around the edges, then more and more, until one morning we came in and the whole fish was gold. Just like that. Black to gold. And the eye," said the first one, pointing at the tank, the one it had left. "It just kept growing. Bigger and bigger and bigger. Like it decided that if it was only going to have one eye, it was going to make it the best eye anyone had ever seen." They were all laughing now. Not in a mean way. In a way that was full of genuine delight. They thought this fish was the most wonderful thing in the world. You could see it in their faces. They were proud of it. They loved it. The child turned to the parent. "It is like a little warrior," the child said, very seriously, and then smiled. And for a few minutes, everyone in that quiet, nearly closed restaurant was connected. The parent, the child, the young staff members. They were all standing together around this small, glowing tank, looking at this strange and remarkable fish, and something in the air between them was warm and open and easy. Nobody was performing. Nobody was trying to impress anyone. Nobody was checking their phone or thinking about tomorrow. They were just there, together, in a moment of shared amazement. And then the moment passed, the way moments do. They said goodnight. They walked out into the cool air. The restaurant closed behind them, but something stayed. There is a phrase from an old poem that calls this feeling the arrows of shared impermanence. We are all here together in this brief, astonishing life. And when we really feel that, even for a moment, something melts between us. The walls come down. The separateness dissolves. We remember that we belong to each other. It does not take much. It does not require a temple or a retreat or a special occasion. It just takes a moment of real presence. A willingness to stop and look at what is right in front of us. The way that child looked at that fish, with nothing between them but wonder. There is another story, a small and gentle one, about a beloved artist who spent many years creating beautiful books for children. The artist's drawings were full of wild, joyful creatures, the kind of drawings that children could stare at for hours, finding new things every time they looked. Over the years, many children wrote to this artist, and the artist always wrote back. Sometimes quickly, sometimes with great care. It was one of the things that brought the most joy, this quiet conversation with children who had been touched by the work. One day, a letter arrived from a young boy. It was a simple card with a small drawing on the front, the kind of drawing a child makes with crayons, bright and lopsided and full of heart. There was something about it that made the artist stop and pay attention. It was not technically good, of course. It was a child's drawing, but it had that thing that the best art has, a kind of honesty, a feeling of someone putting their whole self onto the page without holding anything back. The artist was so charmed by it that, instead of dashing off a quick reply, the artist sat down and carefully drew one of those beloved wild characters, drawn just for this one child, on a small card. It was a real drawing, the kind of thing that might one day be worth a great deal of money. But the artist did not think about that. The artist just thought about the boy and his crayons, and drew something with the same kind of wholehearted attention the boy had given. A few weeks later, a letter arrived from the boy's mother. "Thank you so much for your reply," she wrote. "My son loved your card so much that he ate it. He ate it. He did not frame it. He did not save it. He did not understand that it was an original drawing by someone well known. He simply loved it so much that the only thing his small body knew to do was to take it in completely, to make it part of himself." The artist, years later, called this one of the finest compliments ever received. There is something here about what it means to really receive something, not to analyze it, not to categorize it, not to decide what it is worth or where it belongs, but to simply take it in, fully, the way a child takes in the world, with the whole body, with the whole heart. The Zen tradition calls this beginner's mind. It is the mind that has not yet decided what everything means. The mind that meets the world without a thick layer of opinions and conclusions sitting on top of it. It is not childish. It is childlike. There is a big difference. Most of us, as we get older, gradually lose touch with this. We stop saying, "Wow," because we think we already know how things are. We stop being amazed, not because the world has become less amazing, but because we have covered it with so many explanations that we can no longer see it clearly. A teacher once said that every explanation is a little coffin for wonder. Not that explanations are bad. They have their place. But when we explain everything and wonder at nothing, we lose something precious. We lose the aliveness that comes from simply not knowing. Children have not done this yet. When a child says awesome, they mean it. They are reporting something true. And if we listen carefully, we might remember that they are right. It really is awesome. All of it. The rain on the window. The color of an autumn leaf. A strange golden fish with one enormous eye. The sound of laughter between strangers. It is all extraordinary. We have just forgotten how to notice. And the beautiful thing is that this capacity for wonder has not gone anywhere. It is still inside us, The way the sea is still connected to the lake by that quiet stream. We do not need to become children again. We just need to let go, even for a moment, of our insistence that we already know what everything means. The Buddha taught that mindfulness is, at its heart, a kind of remembering. Not remembering the past, but remembering to be present. Remembering to look. This moment, this one right here, is not a rehearsal for something more important. This is it. This is the life. And when we do remember, even briefly, something opens up. We feel more alive, more tender, more connected to everything around us. Because anything has changed, but because we have finally stopped long enough to notice what was always there. The wonder is not something we need to create. It is not something we need to earn or achieve. It is already here, woven into the most ordinary fabric of our days. It is in the sound of rain that we usually talk over, in the face of someone we love that we usually glance past, in the taste of a simple meal that we usually eat without thinking. All we need to do is stop and look and let ourselves be surprised. There is a line, often shared in the Zen tradition, that says, when you realize nothing is lacking, the whole world belongs to you. Nothing is lacking. Not right now. Not in this breath. The whole world is already here, quietly offering itself. We just have to be willing to receive it. The way a child receives a drawing, completely, with everything they have. Let us pause for a moment here. Notice your breathing. Notice the quiet. And when you feel ready, we will continue together. Have you ever arrived somewhere and realized you have no memory of the journey? You were walking, or riding, or driving, and your body was doing all the right things, but you were not really there. You were somewhere else entirely, lost in a conversation that had not happened yet, replaying something that happened this morning, running through a list, worrying about next week, and then suddenly you arrive and you think, where was I just now? This is how most of us spend most of our days. We are here, but we are not here. Our bodies move through the world, but our minds are somewhere else, spinning stories, sorting through memories, rehearsing futures that may never come. If we are honest about it, it is a little startling how much of our lives we spend away. There is a way of looking at this that comes from the contemplative traditions, and it goes something like this. Imagine that your awareness is like a wide open sky, clear and spacious and always present. That is what is actually here, underneath everything. Just this open, quiet awareness. Now imagine that your mind is like a projector, and it is constantly casting images and stories and thoughts onto that open sky, the way a film projector throws light onto a screen. The images are vivid. The stories are compelling. Some of them are exciting. Some of them are worrying. Some of them are just interesting enough to keep us watching. And here is the thing. We get so absorbed in these projections that we forget about the sky entirely. We forget that behind all the flickering images, there is something vast and still and open. We mistake the movie for reality. We think the stories are the world. The Buddha put it simply. He said, we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. We make the world. Not the actual world of trees and rain and birdsong, but the world we live in most of the time, the one made of opinions and worries and plans and old memories. That world is made of thought, and most of the time, we do not even notice we are living in it. There is a story about a person who went on a day-long silent retreat. They were not new to sitting quietly. They had done it before. But this particular day, something different was asked of them. The person leading the retreat suggested that, for the entire day, whenever they noticed themselves drifting into thought, they gently let go and come back to whatever was actually happening around them. Not thinking about sounds, but hearing them. Not thinking about how their body felt, but feeling it. Just staying with the direct, living experience of being here. At first, the person did not think much of it. They had an active mind and rather enjoyed their thoughts. During the morning, as they sat in the quiet hall, they noticed all sorts of interesting ideas coming and going. Observations, memories, creative connections. Their mind felt alive and engaged. During a break, they mentioned this to the person leading the retreat. There are a lot of interesting thoughts happening, they said. Good ones, actually. Creative ones. Is it really necessary to let them all go? Why not spend some time in them and some time out of them? The retreat leader smiled gently. You could do that, they said. But just for today, as an experiment, what if you let them all go? Every one of them. Even the good ones. Even the brilliant ones. Just for one day. See what happens when you stay with what is actually here. The person thought about this. It felt like a big ask. But something about the invitation was curious enough that they decided to try. And so for the rest of the day, every time a thought arose, they noticed it and gently let it go. Every time their mind started spinning a story or an analysis or a plan, they softened their attention and came back to the breath, or the sounds in the room, or the feeling of their feet on the floor. By the afternoon, something had shifted. The quality of the day had changed. Sounds seemed clearer. The light through the windows seemed more vivid. They could feel the texture of the air on their skin. They noticed small things they would normally walk right past. The way a shadow moved across a wall. The distant sound of water somewhere outside. The feeling of their own heartbeat. At one point during the afternoon, they went outside for a walking period, and they noticed the trees. They had walked past these same trees at the beginning of the day without giving them a second glance. But now, without the constant chatter of the mind layering stories on top of everything, the trees looked different, more present, more vivid, as if the trees had always been this alive, and it was only now, with the volume of thinking turned down, that they could actually see it. When the day ended, and everyone gathered to share what they had noticed, this person spoke up. It was exciting, they said. And then, after a pause, but also a little frightening. What was frightening about it? The leader asked. The control, they said. When I am in my thoughts, I feel like I am in charge. I can direct things. I can edit. I can plan. But when I let all of that go, there was no control at all. Things were just happening. And I was just here, watching. Yes, said the leader, gently. That is what it is like to be alive. This is one of the tender truths of our situation. We use our thinking as a way of feeling safe. If we can plan well enough, maybe nothing bad will happen. If we can figure things out, maybe we can protect ourselves. If we can stay one step ahead, maybe we will be okay. And there is nothing wrong with this. It is a very human thing to do. But it comes at a cost. The cost is that while we are busy planning and figuring and staying ahead, we miss what is actually here. There is a story about a person who was walking to work one morning, same route they took every day, head full of the usual things. What they needed to do when they got there. A conversation from the night before that was still bothering them. A vague worry about something that might or might not happen next month. And then, for no particular reason, they stopped. Right there, on the pavement. Something had caught their attention, though they could not have said what it was. Maybe a sound. Maybe a shift in the light. They just stopped. And for a moment, they heard birds. They had not noticed any birds in months, maybe years, on this walk. But there they were, singing away in the trees that lined the street. Trees they walked past every single day without looking up. They stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just listening, and something inside them softened. The worries did not disappear exactly, but they got quieter, less urgent, like someone had turned the volume down. And in the space that opened up, there was this simple feeling of being alive, of being here, of standing on a street on a spring morning with birds singing overhead. 30 seconds. That is all it took. We miss so much. We miss the sound of rain at night. We have all heard rain before, of course. But have you really listened to it lately? Have you let yourself just lie there and hear it, without thinking about whether you close the windows or what the weather will be like tomorrow? Just the sound of it, the way it comes and goes, the way it taps and whispers and occasionally falls silent before starting up again. We miss the feel of our own moods, the gentle shifts in how we are doing from hour to hour. We miss the look on someone's face when they are about to say something important. We miss the taste of our food, the temperature of the air, the way our body feels when it is tired or rested or somewhere in between. We miss our own tenderness. That is perhaps the quietest loss of all. Underneath all the thinking and planning, there is a part of us that is incredibly soft and open and alive. But we rarely get there because the thoughts are so constant that they drown it out. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." It sounds so simple, and yet it may be the most radical thing any of us ever attempts. There is a Zen saying, when the mind is still, the whole universe surrenders. It does not mean we have to stop thinking forever. That would not be possible, and it would not be the point. Thoughts are a beautiful part of being human. We can create with them. We can solve problems. We can imagine and dream and connect ideas in ways that no other creature on earth can do. But thoughts are a tool. They are not meant to be the whole of our experience. And somewhere along the way, for most of us, the tool took over. The servant became the master. We started living in our thoughts instead of using them, and we forgot that there was a world outside the projector's beam. Think about it this way. If you spent your entire day looking at photographs of the ocean, you would know a great deal about what the ocean looks like. But you would not know what it feels like to stand in the surf. You would not know the smell of the salt air, or the sound of the waves at night, or the feeling of sand under your feet. The photographs are useful. They are beautiful, even. But they are not the ocean. Our thoughts are like that. They are snapshots. Still images of a reality that is actually alive and moving and full of depth. And when we live in the snapshots, we miss the living thing. The practice, if you could even call it that, is very simple. It is just noticing. Noticing when the projector is running. Noticing when you have drifted off into a story. And then, gently, like waking up from a light sleep, turning your attention back to what is here. The sounds, the breath, the feeling of being alive in this body, in this moment, in this place. You do not have to do it perfectly. You do not have to do it all the time. Even a few seconds of it, scattered through a busy day, can change the quality of your life in ways you might not expect. Because what you find when you step out of the movie even briefly is that the sky is still there. The vast, open, quiet awareness that has always been behind the stories. It has not gone anywhere. It has been here the whole time, patient and still, waiting for you to look up. Let us rest here for a moment. Just breathing. Just this. And whenever you are ready, we will go on together. There is an old story, one of the most famous in the Zen tradition, about a scholar who traveled a great distance to visit a well-known teacher. The scholar was a person of considerable learning, many years of study, many books read, many lectures given. By the time they arrived at the teacher's small house at the edge of a forest, they had been traveling for days and were eager to show what they knew. The teacher welcomed the scholar warmly and invited them to sit down. "Let me make you some tea," the teacher said. While the water heated, the scholar began to talk. They talked about the texts they had studied, the philosophies they had mastered, the insights they had gained through years of careful thought. They spoke at length and with great confidence, filling the small room with words and ideas. The teacher listened, nodding from time to time, and then began to pour the tea. The scholar kept talking. The teacher kept pouring. The cup filled. The tea reached the brim. And still, the teacher kept pouring. Tea spilled over the edge, across the table, onto the floor. "Stop," said the scholar, startled. "The cup is full. It cannot hold any more." The teacher set the pot down gently. "Yes," the teacher said, "you are like this cup. You are so full of what you already know that there is no room for anything new. If you want to learn something here, you must first empty your cup." This is such a simple teaching, and yet it is one of the hardest things to do. We spend our whole lives filling our cups. We collect opinions and beliefs and explanations. We gather facts. We form views about how the world works, who people are, what life means. And over time, all of this knowing becomes very dense and very heavy. It becomes the ground we stand on, the walls of the house we live in. And here is the gentle difficulty. The more we know, or think we know, the less room there is for surprise, for wonder, for the kind of fresh, open encounter with life that we were talking about earlier, the encounter that children have so naturally and that most of us gradually lose. The Zen tradition has a phrase for the alternative. They call it beginner's mind. It is the mind that approaches each moment as if for the first time. The mind that does not already know what is going to happen, what someone is going to say, what this experience is going to feel like. It is open and curious and a little bit humble. And it is not just a nice idea. It is actually the doorway to something quite freeing. Let us explore another story. There was a person who was very good at their work. Over many years, they had built up a reputation as someone who had answers. Colleagues came to them with questions. Friends came to them with problems. They were the one everyone turned to when things needed to be figured out. And for a long time, this felt good. There is a real satisfaction in being the one who knows. A sense of solidity, of usefulness, of standing on firm ground. But over time, something began to change. The person noticed that conversations had become a little predictable. People would start talking, and before they were halfway through a sentence, the person already knew what they were going to say, already had a response forming, already had the answer lined up. It was efficient, but it was not alive. One evening, this person was sitting with a close friend, someone they had known for many years. They were at a kitchen table. The tea had gone cold. The friend was telling them about something difficult they were going through. Something tangled and painful that did not have a clear answer. And as usual, the person felt the familiar machinery start up inside, sorting through possible responses, looking for the right advice, the right frame, the right fix. But this time, for whatever reason, they stopped. Something in them just gave up trying to be helpful in the usual way. They did not offer an answer. They did not suggest a book or a strategy or a different way of looking at it. They just sat there with their cold tea and their friend and the silence. "I do not know what to say," they said after a long pause. "I have been sitting here trying to come up with something useful, and I just do not know. I do not have an answer for this one." The friend looked at them, and something in the friend's face changed, softened. The tension around their eyes eased. Their shoulders dropped a little. "Thank you," the friend said, quietly. "That is the most helpful thing anyone has said to me in weeks." "Really?" the person said, surprised. "But I did not say anything." "I know," the friend said. "That is why it helped. Everyone else keeps trying to fix it. You are the first person who just sat here with me." It was a strange moment. Nothing had been solved. No advice had been given. Nothing had moved forward in any practical way. And yet something had happened between them that was deeper and truer than any solution. By saying, "I do not know," the person had stepped out of the role of expert and into something more honest, more human, more connected. They sat together for a while longer after that, not talking much, just being there. And the kitchen, which was really just a small, ordinary kitchen, felt somehow larger, more peaceful, as if the room itself had been waiting for someone to stop filling it with answers. There is a saying in the Buddhist tradition, "Not knowing is most intimate." When we do not know, we are close to things. When we have it all figured out, we are actually far away, up in the tower of our conclusions, looking down at life through a small window. But when we let go of our knowing, we come back down to the ground. We stand next to each other again. We feel the weather on our skin. There is a lovely exchange in the Zen tradition that captures this beautifully. A student went to a teacher and asked, "What happens to us when this life is over?" The teacher thought for a moment and said, "I really do not know." The student was surprised. "But you are a great teacher," the student said. "Surely you must know." The teacher smiled and said, I am. But I have not been through that particular door yet. There is something so refreshing about this. No grand theory. No comforting certainty. Just honest presence with the mystery of it all. And that honesty, that willingness to simply stand in front of the unknown and say, I do not know, is not a weakness. It is actually a kind of courage, a kind of strength, because it means we are no longer hiding behind our answers. We are here, fully present, with the beautiful uncertainty of being alive. We are often afraid of not knowing, and that makes sense. Our sense of who we are is built, in large part, out of what we think we know. Our opinions, our beliefs, our conclusions about how things are. These are the bricks in the wall of our identity. And when they start to soften, fall away, it can feel unsteady, like the ground beneath us is shifting. Think of it this way. Imagine you have been living in a house for a very long time. The walls are solid. The roof keeps out the rain. You know where everything is. And then one day, very gently, someone starts opening the windows, one by one. And then they open the door. And then, very carefully, they start removing a few of the walls. Your first feeling might be fear. The walls were keeping you safe. Without them, anything could come in. The wind, the rain, the unknown. But your second feeling, if you stay with it, might be something else entirely. Because now you can see the sky. Now you can feel the breeze. Now the bird you have been hearing through the wall is right there, sitting on a branch, close enough to touch. The house was protecting you, yes, but it was also keeping you from the world. What the contemplative traditions keep pointing to, very gently and very patiently, is that what we find when the walls come down is not emptiness, not chaos, not nothing. What we find is space. Space to breathe. Space to see things we could not see before. Space for wonder to come back in, like sunlight through an open window. The Buddha spoke often about emptiness, and in his teaching it was never something cold or frightening. It was more like the emptiness of a bowl that is ready to receive, or the emptiness of a clear sky, which is not empty at all, but full of light and air and possibility. When we empty our cup, even a little, we make room. Room for this moment to be what it actually is, rather than what we have already decided it should be. Room for the people in our lives to surprise us. Room for life itself to come through in its full, mysterious richness. There is a gentleness to this that is worth noticing. We do not have to throw away everything we know. We do not have to pretend we have no experience or no understanding. We simply hold it all a little more lightly, like a bird sitting in an open hand rather than a closed fist. The bird is still there. We can still feel it, but it is free to move, free to fly away if it needs to, free to come back. That is what not knowing feels like, when we let ourselves settle into it. It is not confusion. It is not ignorance. It is a kind of openness, a willingness to say, I am here. I do not have all the answers, and that is perfectly fine. In fact, it might be the most honest and the most alive we have ever been. There is a line from the Zen tradition that says, in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. Tonight, perhaps, we can all be beginners. Just for a little while. We can set down what we know, the way we might set down a heavy bag at the end of a long walk. Not throwing it away, just letting it rest beside us while we catch our breath and look around at where we actually are, and what we might find in that open and unhurried looking is that the world is far more interesting than any of our ideas about it, and that the not knowing, which we were so afraid of, is actually the gentlest and most welcoming place we have ever been. Let us rest here for a moment, just breathing. Nowhere to go, nothing to figure out. And when you are ready, we will continue together. We have been talking tonight about what happens when we soften our grip, when we let go of our stories about each other, our attachment to our thoughts, our need to have everything figured out. And each time we let go of something, we seem to find more space, more room to breathe, more room to simply be here. Now let us turn that openness towards something a little bigger. Let us turn it toward the world itself. Because here is something wonderful. The more closely anyone looks at the nature of things, the more they look at how this world actually works, the more mysterious it becomes. Not less. More. Every question that gets answered seems to open 3 more. Every door that opens reveals a hallway full of doors no one has opened yet. And rather than being frustrating, there is something deeply restful about this. It means we can stop pretending we are supposed to have it all figured out. Nobody does. Nobody ever has. And that is not a problem. It might be the most beautiful thing about being alive. Let us sit with a few things that are genuinely astonishing if we let ourselves feel them. Right now, as you lie here listening, light from distant stars is arriving at the Earth. Some of that light has been traveling through space for longer than we can really comprehend. It left its star when the universe was still young, and it has been quietly crossing the darkness ever since, patient and steady until tonight, when it finally arrives here. Think about that for a moment. That light has been on its way for longer than there have been people, longer than there have been trees. And tonight, it reaches a world where someone is lying in the dark, listening to these words, breathing softly. There is something about that image that is almost too beautiful to hold. And here is something else. Something that has puzzled and amazed the people who study the very smallest things in the world. When they observe the tiniest particles of matter, the ones so small that you could fit billions of them on the head of a pin, they find something that no one expected. The act of looking at these particles changes how they behave. The observer and the observed are not separate. They are tangled up together in a way that no one fully understands. What this means, put very simply, is that the world is not just sitting out there, fixed and solid, waiting for us to look at it. The world and the one who looks at it are part of the same thing. Connected, woven together. The seer and the seen making each other up as they go. There is a story about a teacher who used to take students outside on clear nights to look at the stars. One evening, a student was gazing up at the sky, overwhelmed by how many stars there were, how far away they seemed, how small it all made them feel. "I feel so tiny," the student said. "So insignificant. How can any of this matter when the universe is so enormous?" The teacher was quiet for a while. Then the teacher said, "Who is looking at the stars right now?" "I am," said the student. "And who is feeling amazed?" "I am." "Then you are not tiny. the teacher said, gently. You are the place where the universe has learned to feel amazement. Without you, the stars would have no one to shine for. They stood there for a long time after that, neither of them saying anything, just looking up. And the sky, which had seemed so vast and so indifferent just moments before, began to feel like something else entirely. Not distant, not cold, but intimate, close, as if the stars and the one watching them were part of the same quiet conversation. Here is another one. Scientists have discovered that if you take the smallest building blocks of matter and cool them down, make them very, very still, something remarkable happens. They stop separate, individual things. They begin to merge. They soften into each other and become something new, something shared, as if, in deep stillness, the boundaries between things dissolve and what remains is a kind of unity. Stillness creates connection. That is not a spiritual teaching, though it sounds like one. That is something observed in a laboratory, and yet it echoes what the contemplative traditions have been saying for thousands of years. That when we become still, when we stop the busy movement of our thinking and our doing, we begin to feel our connection to everything around us. The boundaries soften, the separateness fades, and what is left is something whole. The Buddha described this beautifully. He said, as a net is made up of a series of ties, so everything in this world is connected by a series of ties. If anyone thinks that the mesh of a net is an independent, isolated thing, they are mistaken. The net is made of ties, and so is the world, and so are we. There is one more thing worth sitting with. For a very long time, the people who study the universe have known that something does not quite add up. When they measure how much matter should be present to hold the galaxies in their shapes, to keep the stars turning in their slow, enormous circles, they find that most of it is missing. Not a small amount. The vast majority of what must be there, what has to be there for any of this to work, is something we cannot see, cannot touch, cannot measure, cannot detect with any instrument we have built so far. And it makes up most of the universe, most of everything, and we have no idea what it is. There is something strangely comforting about that. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is mostly made of something we cannot understand. The ground we stand on, the stars we see, the bodies we live in, all of this is just a small fraction of what is actually here. The rest is mystery. Pure, quiet, beautiful mystery. And rather than feeling lost in that, there is a way of resting in it, of letting it hold us, the way the ocean holds the fish. We do not need to understand the ocean to swim in it. We do not need to understand the mystery to live in it. We just need to stop insisting that we should. A teacher once drew a small circle on a board. This is what we know, the teacher said. Then the teacher gestured to everything outside the circle, the whole room, the sky beyond it, the world beyond that. And this is what we do not know. Then the teacher said something that stayed with the students for a long time. The more the circle grows, the more it touches the unknown. So the more you learn, the more you realize how much there is that you will never understand. Knowledge does not shrink the mystery. It makes the mystery bigger, and this is not cause for despair. It is cause for wonder. It means the world will never run out of things to astonish us. It means there will always be more to discover, more to feel, more to be quietly amazed by. No matter how long we live, No matter how much we learn, the mystery will always be larger than we are. And we can rest in that. We can let it hold us like warm water. We can float in it. There is a kind of poetry in questions that have no answers. Not the frustrating kind, the kind that keeps you up at night, but the other kind, the kind that makes you quiet, the kind that opens something up inside you rather than closing it down. When did smoke first learn to rise? Where do rivers think they are going? What does the rain remember? How does a seed know which way is up? What do the roots of trees say to each other in the dark? Where do birds go when the sky turns grey? You can feel what happens when you sit with questions like these. The mind reaches for an answer, and then, when no answer comes, something else takes its place. A kind of quiet, a kind of softness. The machinery of figuring things out slows down, and in the gap, there is just this gentle feeling of being alive in a world that is far stranger and more wonderful than we usually allow ourselves to notice. This is what the contemplative traditions mean when they talk about resting in the mystery, not trying to solve it, not being frustrated by it, just letting it hold us the way music holds us when we stop trying to understand it and simply listen. There is a teaching that comes from a book about the natural world, and it says something that has stayed with many people who have heard it. It says that over billions of years, the universe has slowly developed the capacity to look at itself. That through the long, patient unfolding of life, through all the countless forms it has taken, the universe has gradually created beings who can turn around and say, "Oh, look at this. We are that. You and I. We are the part of the universe that can appreciate what is happening. We are the ocean, becoming aware of its own waves." Think about what that means, gently, without trying to fully grasp it. You do not have to understand it. You just have to feel it. Right now, in this moment, the universe is listening to itself through your ears, through your awareness, through whatever it is inside you that can hear these words and feel something in response. You are not watching the universe from the outside, the way you might watch a film. You are part of it. You are it, looking at itself, feeling itself, wondering about itself. Every moment of wonder you have ever experienced, every time you have looked at the night sky, or been moved by music, or felt your heart open in the presence of someone you love, that was the universe appreciating itself. Through you. That is not a small thing. That is an astonishing thing. And you do not have to do anything to earn it. It is simply what you are. The Zen tradition has a way of pointing to this that is, as always, very simple. A teacher once said, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes, and the grass grows by itself. We do not make the grass grow. We do not make the stars move. We do not make our own hearts beat. Something is doing all of this, and it has been doing it for a very long time, with extraordinary patience and care and creativity. And our part in it, our small and beautiful part, is simply to be here, to notice, to wonder, to appreciate, not to figure it out, just to be present with it. And when we do that, when we let go of our need to explain and just allow ourselves to be amazed, something happens. The distance between us and the world gets smaller. The gap closes We stop feeling like strangers passing through and start feeling like what we actually are, a part of this, a belonging part, a loved part. There is a Zen saying, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." Let that settle. You do not have to understand it. Just let it rest somewhere inside you, like a warm stone placed gently in your palm. Let us rest here. Nowhere to go. Nothing to solve. Just this quiet moment, held in the middle of a very old and very beautiful mystery. And when you are ready, we will go on. Everything changes. That is one of the simplest and most important things the Buddha ever taught. He did not say it as a warning. He did not say it with sadness. He said it the way you might point out the sky. Just this. Look, everything changes. The seasons turn. The light shifts from morning to evening and back again. Our moods come and go like weather. The people we love grow and change, and so do we. Nothing stays the same for long. Not the good things. Not the difficult things. Not even this breath, which is already different from the one before it. And here is the gentle truth at the heart of this teaching. We already know it. Somewhere deep down, we have always known it. But most of the time, we live as if we did not. We hold on. We try to keep things the way they are. We grip tightly to what we love, to what feels safe, to what we understand. And that gripping, kind as its intentions are, is what makes us tired. There is an old saying that goes, "You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to surf." It is such a simple image, and it captures something about our lives that is hard to put any other way. We cannot stop the waves. We cannot make life hold still. We cannot prevent things from changing, from moving, from being unpredictable and sometimes overwhelming. The waves are going to come whether we want them to or not. But we can change our relationship to them. Most of us, if we are honest, tend to do one of two things with the waves of our experience. Either we try to control them, which is exhausting and never quite works, or we try to avoid them, which means shutting down and going numb. Neither one feels very good. Neither one is very alive. But there is a third way, and it is the way the contemplative traditions have been pointing toward for a very long time. It is the way of staying open, of feeling the waves fully, of letting them move through us, without losing our balance. Not fighting, not running, just being here, with whatever is here, and trusting that we are large enough to hold it. The Buddha described this quality as equanimity. It is a word that sounds formal, but it really just means balance. The ability to stay steady and open, even when things are moving and shifting around us. Not rigid, not tight, but balanced, like a surfer on a board, moving with the water, adjusting, responding, staying upright, not through force, but through a kind of relaxed attention. There is something that happens when we start paying closer attention to our experience, when we really begin to drop beneath the usual layer of thoughts and into the direct feeling of being alive. The world becomes much more vivid. Colors seem brighter. Sounds seem more clear. We feel things more keenly. The warmth of skin, the cool of a breeze, the way our chest tightens when we are nervous. the way it opens when we are at ease. This is not something we are adding. It is what was always there, underneath the busy chatter of the mind. We are simply noticing it for the first time, the way you might notice the stars when the city lights go out. And it can be beautiful, but it can also be a lot. Throughout history, there have been people, creative and sensitive souls, artists and poets and musicians who seem to have lived closer to this raw, unfiltered experience than most. They had access to tremendous aliveness, to a vividness of feeling that people only glimpse from time to time. And this access gave their work a depth and a beauty that continues to move us. But many of them also found it overwhelming. The waves were powerful, and they did not always know how to stay balanced in the middle of them. They were tossed about by the very aliveness that made their work so extraordinary. This is why the practice of awareness, of mindfulness, matters so much. It is not about dulling the experience. It is not about pulling back from the vividness of life. It is about developing a kind of spaciousness inside ourselves, a calm and caring awareness that can hold it all. The beauty and the difficulty, the joy and the sorrow, the waves and the stillness beneath them. The Zen tradition sometimes calls this big mind. Not big as in clever or impressive, big as in spacious, room enough for everything. And here is what we discover when we do learn to ride the waves, even a little. We discover that we are not separate from each other. This is one of the most consistent findings of anyone who has ever sat quietly for long enough. The boundaries we draw between ourselves and the world, between ourselves and other people, between the inside and the outside, begin to soften. We start to sense that we are part of something woven together, something interconnected in ways we usually cannot see but can sometimes feel. The Buddha spoke about this often. He taught that nothing exists entirely on its own. Everything arises in relationship to everything else. A flower depends on the rain, the sun, the soil, the bee. A feeling depends on what came before it and what comes after. A thought depends on every thought that preceded it. We are not isolated beings moving through a world of separate things. We are a web. We are a net. We are part of each other. Let us explore a story about this. There was a person who worked with families during times of great transition, times when someone they loved was preparing to leave this world. It was quiet, tender work, and it brought this person close to some of the most honest moments a family can share. One day, this person was sitting with the grown children of an elderly man. The family had gathered from different places, and they were spending these days close to their father, taking turns sitting with him, holding his hand, telling him stories from when they were small. That afternoon, the children received some unexpected and difficult news about another member of their family, someone who had been involved in an accident far away. They gathered in the hallway to talk it over quietly, not wanting to worry their father. He seemed to be resting peacefully, and they thought it best to keep this to themselves for now. After a while, they went back into the room, and as they came through the door, their father looked up at them and said, gently, "Do you not have something to tell me?" They looked at each other, confused. "How could you know?" one of them asked. Their father smiled, softly. "I just know," he said. "I have been feeling it." The children were astonished. There was no way he could have overheard their conversation. No way anyone could have told him. And yet he knew. What happened next was very quiet and very beautiful. The father called each of his children to his side, one by one. He spoke a few words to each of them. Simple words. Words of love and gratitude and encouragement. The kind of things a person saves for when they matter most. And then he rested his head back and closed his eyes, and the room went very still. The person who witnessed this said later that it changed the way they understood connection. That in those final open moments, the boundaries between people seemed to thin until they were almost transparent, as if the love that had always been there between this family was finally able to flow without anything in the way. We do not have to wait for extraordinary circumstances to feel this kind of connection. It is available to us in small ways, every day. In the moment when you laugh at the same thing as a stranger. In the moment when you feel what someone else is feeling without them saying a word. In the quiet understanding that passes between old friends who do not need to explain themselves. Have you ever been in a room with someone, not talking, not doing anything in particular, and felt completely at peace? Not because of anything that was happening, but because of the simple fact of being together. That is the web making itself felt. That is connection, showing up in its quietest and most ordinary form. Or have you ever walked through a forest, or along a river, or sat in a garden, and felt for just a moment that you belonged there? Not as a visitor, not as someone passing through, but as a part of it, as natural and as welcome as the trees, and the water, and the stones. That is the same thing. The same softening of boundaries. The same quiet recognition that we are not separate from the world. We are made of it. We are woven into it. We always have been. The web is always there. We are always part of it. We just forget most of the time because we are busy being separate. Busy being in our own thoughts, our own worries, our own small and carefully maintained lake. But every now and then, something breaks through. A moment of shared wonder, like the golden fish. A moment of honest presence, like saying, I do not know. A moment of letting go, like the wise fish turning toward the stream. And in those moments, we remember, oh, I am not alone in this. I never was. There is a line, sometimes shared among practitioners, that captures this. It goes, the arrows of shared impermanence. We are all here together, just for a little while. All of us moving through this astonishing, temporary, ever-changing life. And that shared tenderness, that shared fragility, is not something to be afraid of. It is what connects us. It is the very thing that makes love possible. So, what does it mean to learn to surf? It means staying open. It means feeling the waves of life as they come, not trying to stop them or control them, but also not letting them carry us away. It means remembering, again and again, that we are not just the waves. We are the ocean. The waves are our moods, our thoughts, our worries, our joys, our sorrows. They rise and they fall. They are beautiful and sometimes difficult, but they are not the whole of what we are. Beneath the waves, there is something deeper, something that does not come and go, a quiet awareness that has been with us since the very beginning. It was there when we were children. It is here now. It will be here tomorrow. It does not age. It does not tire. It simply holds everything, gently and patiently, the way the ocean holds its waves. We do not have to earn this. We do not have to achieve it. We just have to remember it. And the remembering is the practice. The remembering is the path. The Buddha said, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. It has always been here, right here, in the deepest part of you, quiet, steady, and endlessly wide. Let us pause. Feel whatever is here. Let it be exactly as it is. And when you are ready, we will come together for the last part of our journey. So here we are. We have traveled a long way together tonight, through lakes and oceans, through stories about people who could not see each other clearly and then learned how, through golden fish and empty cups and movie projectors and starlight that has been crossing the darkness for longer than we can imagine, through waves and stillness and the web that holds us all together. And all of it, every story, every teaching, every quiet reflection has been pointing to the same simple thing. This moment, right here, right now, not a moment somewhere in the future when things will finally be sorted out. Not a moment in the past when things were better or worse or different. This one, the one you are in, the one that is happening as you hear these words. The Buddha said, the trouble is, you think you have time. It is such a gentle thing to say, and yet it carries the whole teaching inside it. We put things off. We wait for the right moment. We assume there will always be another chance, another day, another conversation, another sunset. And there might be. But the only one we can be sure of is this one. Let us explore one more story tonight. There was a person who had a dog. Not a particularly special dog as far as dogs go. A friendly, happy creature with warm eyes and a tail that never stopped moving. The kind of dog that greets every morning as if it were the first morning that had ever happened. Every evening, the person and the dog would go for a walk. Same route. Same neighborhood, same streets they had walked 100 times before, and every evening the person would spend most of the walk somewhere else, thinking, replaying a conversation from earlier in the day, worrying about something that might happen next week, planning dinner, running through lists. The body was walking, but the mind was far away. The dog, meanwhile, was having the time of its life. Every smell was fascinating. Every leaf that blew across the path was an event. A squirrel on a fence was cause for pure, unbridled joy. A puddle was a gift. Another dog across the street was the most exciting thing that had ever occurred in the history of the world. The person would tug the leash gently. Come on, they would say. We need to keep moving. But the dog would look up at them with those warm, patient eyes, as if to say, what are you talking about? We are already here. This is where everything is happening. Right here. Right now. Can you not smell it? One evening, something shifted. The person had been having a particularly busy week. Their mind was especially loud, especially crowded, especially far from where their feet were actually walking. And then, without any particular reason, they stopped. The dog stopped too, looked up, wagged its tail once, slowly, as if to say, oh good, you are back. And the person stood there on the pavement and, for the first time in what felt like a very long time, actually looked around. The sky was doing something extraordinary. The clouds had caught the last of the light and were glowing in shades they did not have names for. The air smelled like cut grass and something sweet from a garden nearby. A bird was singing from a rooftop, clear and unhurried. It had all been here the whole time. Every evening, on every walk. This beauty, this vividness, this ordinary, breathtaking aliveness. It had been here, and they had been somewhere else. The dog leaned against their leg. "You have been trying to tell me this the whole time, haven't you?" the person said. The dog wagged its tail. There is something that animals seem to understand that we have to keep relearning. They do not live in the past. They do not project into the future. They are simply here, fully and completely, in whatever moment they find themselves in. We are different, of course. We have these wonderful, complicated minds that can remember and imagine and plan and dream. And those are beautiful capacities. But they come with a cost. The cost is that we can lose the present moment entirely. We can live our whole lives one step removed from actually being here. A Zen teacher once said, "When walking, just walk. When eating, just eat. When sitting, just sit." It sounds almost too simple. But try it. Try, even for a moment, to just do what you are doing. Without commentary, without analysis, without the mind running its usual background noise. Just this. Just what is here. What you might find is that ordinary life, the life you thought you knew so well, is much more vivid and much more tender than you realized. That the cup of tea you drink every morning has a flavor you have never fully tasted. That the face of someone you love has expressions you have never quite noticed. That the sound of wind through a window is something unreasonably beautiful if you actually let yourself hear it. There is a verse, very old, that has been shared among travelers and seekers for centuries. It goes something like this: living, I do not know why. Going, I do not know where. I am amazed that I am so cheerful. When you first hear it, it might sound like a contradiction. How can someone be cheerful when they do not know the answers to the most basic questions? Why am I here? Where am I going? What is the meaning of all this? But the more you sit with it, the more you realize that the cheerfulness does not come in spite of the not knowing. It comes because of it. When we stop insisting that we need to understand everything before we can enjoy it, something wonderful happens. We relax. The weight of all that figuring out, all that trying to make sense of things, all that effortful searching for meaning, it lifts. And what is left is just this. Just life. Just being here. And it turns out that being here, really being here, without needing it to be anything other than what it is enough. More than enough. It is extraordinary. That is the freedom the Buddhist path keeps pointing toward. Not freedom from life. Freedom to live it. To really live it. To taste it and feel it and see it and let it touch us, without the constant filter of our thinking and our worrying and our planning getting in the way. There is a story about a person who was always busy. Not unhappy, exactly. Just always moving. Always on the way to the next thing. The morning was for getting ready for the day. The day was for getting through the work. The evening was for preparing for tomorrow. Everything was a bridge to something else. Nothing was ever just itself. One morning, This person woke up earlier than usual. Not on purpose. They just woke up, and the house was quiet, and the light was still grey and soft. They lay there for a moment, and instead of reaching for their phone or starting to think about the day ahead, they just stayed still. And they noticed the light. How it was coming through the curtains in these soft, pale stripes. How it moved slowly across the ceiling as the minutes passed. How it changed color, gradually, from grey to gold, as the sun came up. They had lived in this room for years. This same light had been doing this same thing every morning, and they had never seen it. Not once. They got up and went to the kitchen, made tea, and instead of drinking it while reading the news or checking messages, they just sat at the table and held the warm cup in their hands, felt the heat of it, smelled it, took a sip and actually tasted it. It was just tea. Just ordinary tea in an ordinary cup on an ordinary morning. But something about the way they were paying attention made it feel like a gift. Like the morning itself was offering something, and for once, they were actually there to receive it. Later, they told a friend about it. "I had the strangest experience this morning," they said. "I just sat and drank tea. That is all. And it was one of the most peaceful moments I have had in years." The friend laughed gently. "Maybe the peace was always there," the friend said. "Maybe you were just too busy to drink it. There is a teaching in the Zen tradition that the whole of enlightenment can be found in a cup of tea. It sounds like a riddle, but it is not. It is simply saying, if you can be fully here for one sip of tea, you can be fully here for anything. And being fully here is all there is." Let us sit with this for a moment, not as an idea, but as something we can feel. Right now, wherever you are, your body is breathing. You did not have to ask it to. You did not have to plan it or figure it out. It is just happening. Your heart is beating. Again, all on its own. Quietly, steadily, faithfully. It has been doing this your entire life without asking for anything in return. The air around you is a certain temperature. There are sounds, near and far. Maybe the hum of something electrical. Maybe rain. Maybe silence. Maybe the sound of your own breathing, which is perhaps the most intimate sound there is. All of this is here. All of it is happening. Not somewhere else. Not in the future. Right now. And it is not waiting for you to appreciate it. But it does become sweeter when you do. The way a meal becomes more nourishing when you actually taste it. The way music becomes more beautiful when you actually listen. There is a story about a teacher who was known for being remarkably content. Not in a showy way. Just quietly, deeply at ease with things as they were. Students would come to this teacher expecting great complexity, expecting elaborate teachings and difficult practices. And instead, the teacher would offer something disarmingly simple. One day, a student asked, "What is the secret of your contentment?" The teacher said, "When I eat, I eat. When I sleep, I sleep." The student frowned. "But everyone does that." "No," said the teacher, gently. "When most people eat, they are thinking about 1,000 other things. When they sleep, they are rehearsing tomorrow or replaying yesterday. They are rarely where they are. I am simply where I am." The student sat with this. It seemed too easy, too ordinary. There had to be something more. "Is that really all?" the student asked. The teacher poured some tea and set it down in front of the student. "Drink this," the teacher said. The student picked up the cup and took a sip, then set it down and waited for the next instruction. "Did you taste it?" the teacher asked. The student paused. They were not sure. They had been so focused on waiting for the teaching that they had barely noticed the tea at all. "Try again," the teacher said. The student picked up the cup. This time they slowed down. They felt the warmth of it in their hands. They noticed the smell rising up from the surface. They took a sip and let it sit on their tongue for a moment before swallowing. "That is the teaching," the teacher said, smiling. "That is everything. Be where you are. The rest takes care of itself." It sounds so simple, and in a way it is. But it is also the work of a lifetime. Not because it is difficult, but because we forget. We forget, and we drift away, and then we remember, and we come back. And then we forget again, and drift again, and come back again. Over and over and over. And that is fine. That is the practice, not perfection. Just returning. Again and again, with patience and kindness, coming back to where we already are. There is one more small story, a very simple one. There was an old gardener who had tended the same garden for many, many years. The garden was nothing grand, just a small patch behind a modest house, with vegetables and herbs and a few flowers along the edges. Nothing anyone would travel to see. One day, a visitor came by and noticed the gardener kneeling in the soil, very carefully planting a small seedling. The gardener was working slowly, almost tenderly, as if the seedling was something precious. "That is a very young tree," the visitor said. "It will take many years before it gives any fruit. Why plant it now?" The gardener looked up and smiled. "Someone planted the tree I sit under," the gardener said. "I am just doing the same. But you may not be here to see it grow," the visitor said. The gardener pressed the soil gently around the base of the seedling. "That is all right," the gardener said. "I am not planting it for me. I am planting it for the planting." There was something in the way the gardener said this. Something so settled and so peaceful. The visitor stood there for a while, watching the old hands work the soil, and felt something inside them go quiet. That is what it looks like when someone is truly here. Not doing things for what they will lead to. Not measuring the value of a moment by what it will produce. Just being in the moment fully. Planting, because planting is what is here to be done. Breathing, because breathing is what is happening. Living, because living is what this moment is made of. There is a Zen saying, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." Nothing changes, and everything changes. The tasks are the same. The moments are the same. But the way we meet them is completely different. We meet them with our whole heart. We meet them with our whole attention. And that makes all the difference. The Zen tradition has a beautiful image for the way awareness works. It is the image of a bell. When a bell is struck, the sound goes out, clear and bright, and then, slowly, it fades. The silence comes back, and then the bell is struck again, and the sound goes out again. Our awareness is like that. We wake up to this moment, clear and bright, and then the thoughts come back in, and the sound fades, and we drift off again. And then something calls us back. A sound, a feeling, a breath, and we wake up again. Each time we come back, it is fresh. Each time we notice that we are here, actually here, it is like hearing the bell for the first time. It does not matter how many times we have drifted away. What matters is that we keep coming back, that we keep hearing the bell, that we keep saying yes to this moment, whatever it holds. The Buddha's last words to his students were very simple. He said, "Be a lamp unto yourselves. Work out your own way with diligence." He did not say, "Figure it all out." He did not say, "Get it right." He said, "Keep going. Keep paying attention. Keep coming back." And so that is what we do. We keep coming back to the breath, to the body, to the sound of rain or wind or silence, to the feeling of being alive, right here, right now, in the middle of this vast and beautiful and mysterious life. We do not need to go anywhere else. We do not need to become anyone else. We do not need to wait for something better to come along. Everything we have been looking for is already here. It has always been here. Quietly, patiently, waiting for us to notice. Like starlight that has been traveling toward us for billions of years, finally arriving. Like an ocean that has always been connected to our small lake by a quiet stream. And so, as we come to the end of this part of our journey together, let us rest in something very simple. You have been listening tonight. That is all. Just listening. And yet that listening, that quiet willingness to be here and receive, is itself a kind of practice. You did not have to work for it. You did not have to earn it. You simply showed up, and you stayed, and you let these words and stories wash over you the way the tide washes over stones on a shore. There is a teaching that says the whole path can be summed up in a single word: awareness. Not a special kind of awareness. Not the awareness of someone who has spent decades in a monastery. Just the ordinary, quiet awareness that is here right now, in this room, in this breath, in the soft hum of being alive. It is the awareness that notices the weight of your body resting where it rests. The awareness that hears the silence between sounds. The awareness that knows, without being told, when something is beautiful. You have always had this. It was there when you were very young, before you had words for anything, before you knew what things were called or how they were supposed to work. It was there in the way you looked at the world with wide open eyes, taking everything in without sorting it or judging it or filing it away. It has never left you. It has only been covered over, layer by layer, by all the thoughts and worries and busy plans that life asks of us. But underneath all of that, it is still here, clear and quiet and endlessly patient, waiting. And the lovely thing, the truly lovely thing, is that it does not ask anything of you in return. It does not ask you to be better or calmer or wiser or more spiritual. It does not ask you to sit in any particular way or think any particular thoughts. It simply asks you to notice that it is here. That is all. Just to notice. And tonight, you have been noticing, perhaps without even realizing it. In the moments between stories, in the small silences between words, something inside you has been quietly opening. Like a flower that opens not because anyone told it to, but because the light was there, and the warmth was there, and the time was right. The Buddha once said, "You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection." So as you lie here, wherever you are, let that settle. You are not a project to be completed. You are not a problem to be solved. You are a living being, breathing softly in the middle of a vast and tender night, and that is more than enough. That has always been more than enough. The ocean does not try to be the ocean. It simply is. And so are you. Let us rest here for a moment. There is no hurry. Just this breath. Just this quiet. And when you are ready, we will say goodnight. Tonight, we have journeyed together through still lakes and open seas. We emptied our cup, even just a little, and felt the relief of not needing to know everything. We looked up at the stars and felt, perhaps for just a moment, that the universe was looking back. We learned that the waves of life are not something to fight or to fear, but something we can learn to ride, gently, with balance and care. And we arrived here, at this breath, at this moment, at the quiet discovery that everything we have been searching for has been right here all along. You do not need to hold on to any of this. Let it settle where it needs to settle. Let it go where it needs to go. Like a leaf on moving water, it will find its way. Thank you for being here tonight, for listening, for being open, for being willing to rest in the mystery, even for just a little while. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Sleepy Monk.
Tonight, we will